Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with OVX777, and looks like I got it to work this time.
I was gonna say I was having technical difficulties earlier too. Is that something?
Must be the Mercury retrograde. Mercury hypergrade, tardigrade, micrograde. But yeah, that was definitely a good question. I'm glad that Gator picked that up. About those two missing pieces. Okay, good to go, good to go. Now I see what was wrong. I was logged into the wrong YouTube account. Oh, damn. But yeah, that's one of the key components of working with occult principles, working with manifestation, and tapping into those four worlds. Because when we look at the four worlds of the Kabbalah, what we're looking at is levels of influence. And I've said that before in many different ways. So those two missing spheres, or the two hidden spheres, represent that pole, the positive and negative pole, that grounds the energies on the higher aspects of the tree. So there are things, there's a limit to the human action, right? There's only so much we can do with this body. There's a very small, limited number of things that we can feel emotionally, and there's actually a limited amount of things that we can think conceptually. We're not as expansive as our ego leads us to believe, right? We're not these infinitely possible creatures. No, there's only like a handful of things you can do with your body. There's a handful of things you can do with your heart, and a handful of things you can do with your head. And all of them have been mapped out. We've been here long enough. So the thing is, when we're working with the four worlds, we understand that the higher the world, the more expanded capability is now present. So it would only make sense to work with what we know of as spirits and servitors, gods and angels and demons and all that stuff. An immature mind believes that there's monsters in hell coming to punish you, or angels waiting to help you go to heaven. What we're actually dealing with, as we know, are patterns of consciousness. So if the human body is limited in what it can do, and you want to do greater things, then the only option is to employ the assistance of more capable patterns, basically. So those two hidden sephira represent the positive and negative pole that is used to ground and to pull down assistance from wherever else. But of course, as you can see, if you don't know this information, then it's real easy to go off and get stuck on these spirits as if they're actual things and people somewhere. Hence why the sword of discernment is necessary. If you don't have that sword of discernment, then you're just as confused as everybody else, except now you know how to astral project, but still confused. The good Swami Niranjanananda told us how important discernment was, how important discernment was. Discernment, first of all, connects with having a purpose, having some type of sankalpa, some type of dedication in life. That's the start. The next step is like once you have that purpose in life, now everything that you encounter, you have that sword to say, okay, this is useful and appropriate to what I'm doing, let me keep it. Okay, this actually is not useful or appropriate to my purpose, let me slice it off. That's discernment, being able to slice off what's useful and what's appropriate, what is necessary, what is unnecessary, what's a waste of time, what is a distraction. If you don't know that, then you're not going very far at all. So that's the first virtue that has to be mastered going up this tree. There are infinite ways to be deceived and misled. For certain, you can go up the tree further. You can travel to have a Tiferet experience, and the unfortunate told us what it's like when you don't have discernment. You get a vision of the Christ force, right? You get a vision of how there is a pattern of salvation and redemption for mankind. You'll see a pattern. But if you don't have the sword of discernment, your ego is going to say, that's me. I'm here to save and redeem mankind. That's my job. Then you come back to earth and you suffer the consequences of adopting that belief. You suffer the consequences for not having discernment. And don't even talk about getting to Doth without the sword of discernment. If you somehow magically get to that point without solid discernment, bravo in doing that, unless you cheated, you know, with psychedelics. Not that psychedelics is cheating, but if that's how you get spiritual, then yeah, it's not the smartest way to spiritually evolve. So yeah, I posted that video because somebody in the chat actually recommended, hey, Trav, did you see the Phil Valentine video talking about the Tree of Life? And I was like, no. Then I went to see it. And you know, Phil's, you know, he drops those,
not the smartest way to
the big words and the heavy language. But I was able to understand it because I've been studying the tree, right? And I think a lot of y'all were able to understand it more now than you may have if you've seen this before. Which is really cool because now we can pick up the bigger gems that he was dropping. Because you know them folks in that audience didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But it was the spirit that counts, right? So let's see. We've got some people in the chat. Greetings to all my people in the chat. First off, peace, Zaire. Dub VT, Tiana, Alligator. Already said peace to y'all. Shango, peace, Cybernet, Lance Benefield, Anna Molly, peace, Serious Suit 888, peace. Indescribable G, peace. Okay, well, anybody in the YouTube, did you guys watch the Phil Valentine Kabbalah video that I posted on my channel a few hours ago?
Can you expound on what he was talking about with the 231 gates?
I'm not fully clear on the 231 gates yet.
That was a new one too. I was like,
You're coming in a little bit lower than before, Gator.
oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Peace, numinous luminosity. Luminous luminosity says, blissful autumn equinox, Trav. Infinite gratitude for all that you do, Trav. We're definitely here on the autumn equinox. 22, September 22. This is like the halfway point in the year right now. Halfway point between spring and spring, summer, fall, winter. Hello, Vegeta. Peace. Gerald Sombright. Peace, peace. I was gonna read the 22nd chapter on earlier, but as soon as I opened up the book, I fell asleep. Hollow Vegeta says, just got an eighth of shrooms and Trav's trying to kill my dreams, saying I'm cheating. No, it's not. That's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, come on. You know that if there's a type of person who believes that spirituality is only getting high, then that is pretty much a relabel of escapism, right? I'm not saying don't do shrooms and psychedelics. You can do that. Hell, I've done it and I will be doing it again. But what I'm saying is if that is the only way that you're able to access and translate spirituality, then, you know. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, that circuit of force is very important, a very key understanding to have. Those two Sephiroth that he mentioned at the bottom of the tree that are not there, those represent you, right? Specifically, if doing work with another person. The two of you become a positive and negative pole to pull down spiritual energy, or the algorithm of whatever it is that you're working with. Now, of course, you can do it yourself, for sure, but you've got to be harmonized in such a way to flow with the positive or the negative expression of a human being. And this isn't just for like magic doesn't happen just because you say it's magic. This type of thing is happening. This is what life is. It's like what I was saying earlier before this live stream. Christ has a verse in the Bible where he says, where two or three are gathered, there I am also. And And what he's referring to is that when there are more than one person who come into agreement on a specific concept, then an entity is evoked, a spirit, an energy, an algorithm, a pattern is invoked. And the two of them now operate as a battery or a pole, a positive and a negative. And it can be with 3 people or more, it can be an entire group. The same way that everyone who's involved with the Major Society starts seeing unicorns or spiders or, you know, countless other things that are a shared symbol. That's not me sitting in my room like, yes, you will see unicorns. Like, no, it's something bigger than that, something bigger than me. Christ said, where 2 and 3 are gathered, there I am also. So when 2 people or more come together, a new thing is experienced that's greater than the individual parts, greater than the sum of the parts. That's what a spirit is. So it can be 2 people talking about the game last night. When 2 or more people come together and start talking about the game last night and who had the best play and they shouldn't have done this, that, and the third, the spirit is present between them. That's why the energy feels so good when you have a conversation with somebody about a topic that you're both passionate about. You're feeling the presence of that algorithm, of that energy, of that spirit. So likewise, when Phil talked about those 2 Sephiroth that are not seen, that's a representation of you and or another person that you're working with. And it serves as a ground, as a platform, as a foundation for the kingdom, right? The kingdom has to have a king and a queen. Positive and negative force to ground and circulate what's happening. Get the book by Dion Fortune called Circuit of Force. And also what's happening, it's not that 2 or 3 individuals come together and create an egregore. The egregore was first, the people came later. So when that's why also when you start changing your vibration and doing spiritual stuff, you might start running into people every now and again who are also on the same vibe and you can have a conversation with. And likewise, certain people who are not on the level become repelled from you because you've disconnected from what was connecting you in the first place. This is important to know because oftentimes if we don't understand this, we can kind of beat ourselves up or rack our brain trying to understand why this, that, or a third is happening. When there is an active spirit in your life begins to change and modify according to the parameters of that active spirit. Your life becomes terraformed. Malkuth is the kingdom. The kingdom takes shape according to what energies are at play. So if you eat bad quality junk food every day as your diet, your life begins to terraform according to that spirit, according to that pattern. If you switch your diet to something very healthy and you go to the gym every day or whatever, your body and your kingdom and your life begins to adapt. It begins to adjust. It begins to become terraformed according to that spirit. What is a spirit? What is an angel? What is a demon? It's an algorithm. It's a pattern. So when you implement the patterns into your daily life, you start to reflect the results of that pattern in your daily life. Easy, easy. But the thing is, when you connect with another person, or another persons, plural, the process can, the effects can be even wider, more expansive. Because when you're dealing with another person, the same way that you're a channel and a vessel for those patterns, they're a different channel and a different vessel, which means that now you have the opportunity to receive things that you wouldn't have been able to receive. Because your mind is a filter. You're filtering out all types of information, deleting, distorting and generalizing all types of information. And each and every person's filter is constructed differently. So if you have two or more people focused on a particular ideal or concept or spirit, you're going to filter through different things. And the other person's going to be able to complete the puzzle in a way that you weren't able to, simply because their filter's different. Now, if you take a whole group, a whole team of people focused on one particular thing, maybe, just maybe, all the potential parts of this egregore can manifest. Almost like Power Rangers, right? Each person can only drive one Megazord, or one Zord. Then when it comes together, it's a Megazord. Well, likewise, if you have a group of competent and functioning individuals who are all able to channel in their very special piece, the total spirit will begin to have a very solid presence, right? See, Apple was a dream of Steve Jobs, and he assembled a competent and active team who was able to help him fulfill that vision. The vision is the egregore. The competent team helped to create the body of this thing. Same thing with the country of America, United States of America. A whole team of occultists got together and did the work. Same thing with anything. If you're a rapper and you're trying to make a name for yourself, you got to have a team. Yeah, you can have the vision by yourself, but you have to have a team. Because those other people help to manifest different aspects of what is necessary to cause this egregore to manifest. Yeah, you might be smart and creative, and you probably can do a lot. But when you have that team, they start to manifest things that you wouldn't be able to do by yourself. Queen of Swords, peace. Shango says, yo Trav, I started reading a part of that anime comic you mentioned. Very interesting. Yeah, that's a real experience of Doth right there. That's an experience of Doth. For sure. Any type of story like that is an experience of Doth. Doth is not a fun thing. You're squeezed out. Everything you got is squeezed out of you. When you finish reading the comic, Anna Molly actually sent me an inside joke, a little meme, where basically you'll see those caves are shaped like people. Or there's an image of like Michael Jordan going up to one of those caves, and he's like, "That one's for me," and it's the Jordan logo carved into the side of the mountain. Sean says, "I love you, Travis, but can I buy you a 4K webcam?" Absolutely. Honestly, this is a 4K camera. I just haven't quite figured out how to make it be 4K. Gonna have to get a DSLR next. Mo B, peace, peace. Alora, how are you doing?
Hey, I might cut out here in a second. I'm walking into an area where my Wi-Fi goes down every time, so if I cut out, I'm sorry.
Understood. Thanks for the heads up.
How are you doing tonight?
Pretty chill. Pretty chill. You know, life is life. How about yourself?
Doing all right. I just woke up from a nap. I don't know how you're doing all these consultations. This is my second time doing a. Come on, how the phone goes. This is my second time doing an NLP massage, and it went really well. there was a lot that occurred, which was really awesome, but it totally wiped me out. Like, I think I really need to set up energetic barriers, like hardcore barriers, if I'm going to be incorporating it into massage. So I just like, it just wiped me out. As soon as I came home, I was passing out. And I literally just woke up. And it was a good experience, you know, but it was just so much. Man, I came home and just fell right asleep.
Oh,
So, yeah.
That's what they call it, energy work.
It was, huh?
That's why they call it energy work, because even though, I mean, yeah, that you're working with energy, you and the other person.
Yeah, and what I'm finding too is that is when you incorporate it into something like massage and touch, like it was fabulous. But there was, yeah, like my hands at points felt like they were on fire. Like I would be moving down this person's into like some trouble areas or whatever, and we'd be releasing it, and I had to take my hands off at some point just because of that feeling that they were just like burning. So it was really strong, really strong. And I definitely need to figure out. So my friend who I was doing it on, she's a attuned Reiki practitioner, and so she was telling me about how, like in Reiki, they have boundaries or like symbols that they put up that assist them in setting those boundaries. So then not only transference doesn't occur, but also that they can kind of just control, right, that channel there. So then, because that's what you're doing, right? You're being a channel for someone else's release. You're allowing them to let go whatever it is that's been holding them up. And so when doing that kind of work, in Reiki, they have like a mental boundary, they have a physical one, and then they have like an overall kind of like safety. Essentially, they're all sigils that they use. So she was telling me how to get into that. So I think I'm going to start using that on my third trial to see how that works. Because yeah, touch is just really intimate, and then you're applying too, like hypnotism. That shit is awesome, but it's very powerful. So that's been my afternoon. Yeah, and that and continue dream working. So yeah.
This is your second one?
Dream working.
You said this was your second one?
My second what?
Your second time doing that? Your second session? Of this particular nature?
NLP? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my second time.
Yo, Allura, this Gator. I got a question.
Hey, Gator.
If you don't mind. I got a quick question. You know you can use Reiki from afar, right, or a long distance. And is there a way that you can also institute the NLP from a long distance as well?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't even have to touch the person. But what I'm trying to do is incorporate it into massage, like into my massage practice, and introduce it as a modality. But yes, I can do it from afar. Absolutely. Like the techniques I use, yeah, they can be done all through a mental process that person goes through without anyone having to touch them.
Wow, that's some dangerous shit.
It's very powerful. Like, and it's also been cool because I've been sort of testing, because I'm not hypnotherapy certified or nothing like that. I'm just a fan, right? And I've like used this stuff on myself. So I let my other two friends who are practitioners know, like, I'm just testing this out, see what I can tweak, see what I can get away with without needing a certificate per se, and so it's been the first time that I've been really working with like with guiding someone else's imagery to point to trouble spots in their body where they can heal it, and go through these processes. And it was just so it's been a really cool experience in my own confidence too, and knowing that like, oh shit, like I'm actually doing a pretty good job. like this is okay. All right, this could be a continuing education thing. But yeah, it's yeah, all these techniques originally that I was using, all these techniques I did on myself without massage, without touch. Like it was all just through visualization.
Yeah. So what do you think is the difference between doing it on yourself and doing it with another person? What's one of the major differences that you noticed?
Well, for me, I'm a very kinesthetic person, visual and kinesthetic. That's how I like really understand things. And so when I do it by myself, no one is really in there to, I'm not in a certain position or anything like that besides sitting or standing. So when I did it on myself, like I actually can move my arms to like pull the stuff out, or there's a lot more space for me to kind of act out these visualizations. Whereas when I have someone on a table, it has to be done through I assist them by applying pressure to these areas, but they're not really in a space to act out stuff because they're face down on a table or they're face up. You know what I mean? Like it's just the positioning's different. However, I've been learning that people will still adapt. So like just kind of naturally, like the woman who I was doing on today, like her body, actually her and the other person who I was testing it on too, like their bodies would involuntarily twitch when they would release it. And I could feel these knots in these areas releasing like in their body, like it would go automatically into a relaxed state. Like I could tell which one was more visual versus which person was more kinesthetic because of how their body was automatically moving. Really interesting. So yeah, I would say that's one of the differences. Yeah, that's one of the differences. And then being on my own and doing it, I guess because I know myself, it was sort of like, like it was just easier for me to act it out and like create that space. Whereas when I'm doing it on other people, or I have to add in that little, I have to add into the intro that like, this is a safe space. Whatever you're going to go through, you're going to go through and it's okay. Whereas when I'm by myself, I don't got to worry about that.
Right.
So that's another thing that comes through. And I have to explain too the things that might come up to someone else. Versus when I'm doing it on my own, I already know what could come up or anything like that. Oh, dog's barking at my dogs right now. I'm just gonna.
You got dogs barking at her dogs right now. Those are some interesting insights, especially that last one. So we have to remember that everyone is not as experienced as we may be, or there might be some who are more experienced. But just like we all have different filters of processing reality, we all have different levels of experiences in different fields. So it's impossible to know what the people we work with have been through. And in me accepting that, and me enjoying being as neutral as possible, I try to find neutral approaches and figure I like to start neutral and find my way as I work with the individual more and more. Because what a shame it would be to come aggressive towards someone who's even more aggressive than me, or someone who is actually very docile, right? Or to come very docile to someone who is very dominating.
Right, and that's the other thing I noticed too. Like I have to kind of loosen up on the rules like if you know, and when I'm alone, I can go by the rules because it's very easy for me to see something as, like, for example, what I'm incorporating is we're calling it color release, but basically I find a place in my body, I see the color immediately that comes from it, and there's a shape that's associated with it, and I draw that out of my body and I spin it to change the direction. Whoa, okay. And I spin it to change the direction of I spin it to then change the form and the color. But what I learned through just these 2 trials was that oh my God, it's so interesting. So for me, that form changes every time, regardless of what place is in my body. But for both of my trial runs, they had a place in their body where the form stayed the same. Even after they would spin it, it would stay the same form, but the color would change. And so so like for the first one, she explained that she actually went through a level of frustration, not with me, but with herself, which kind of hindered her process of releasing whatever needed to release, because
Laura's going in slow motion. This must be the part she was talking about where she'd walk into an area and the service would get weird.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Did I do that? All right, am I back?
I think it happened just then.
Yeah, probably did. Okay. What did you hear? What did you hear?
Started going in slow motion a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what I found was that I have to change my verbiage when it comes to being able to communicate these instructions to people, because some people will have like their attendance form. I'm pointing to a trouble spot in my body, and I can change that with spinning it. But for my past 2 trials, they had the same form, and that would stay the same form even after they spun it, but the color would change. And so on the first one, she got frustrated with herself, which kind of blocked her, which hindered her from being able to fully release stuff, because she was like stuck on the fact that she thought the form is what needed to change. So she kind of forgot all the rest of the process. I learned that I also have to kind of change my instructions and just kind of be like, your body is going to be your body. What you're holding on to is going to be what you're holding on to. We're just going to focus on this part, you know, and like do that kind of work. So that was really, so that's also been a learning process. That like, yeah, not everything for me is going to be the same for someone else. I have to show you guys this right now. It's taking my breath away. Hold on. You can't really see it, can you?
The color of
the sky right now is like this really intense yellow, orange, red, and purple, and then there's lightning going on this other end here. Can't really see it, huh?
There's lightning as well?
Yeah. It's happening at the same time. It looks magnificent. So I'm like trying to talk to you, and at the same time I'm like, oh my God. Sorry.
Interesting. Looks nice. I'm sure it looks even better in person.
Oh, it looks so much better in person. I'm so disappointed that I can't I can't get enough film. Maybe it's just for me, but man,
Right.
pretty fabulous.
Don't be disappointed. It's a gift for you and not for us.
Yeah.
Doing that Tifereth work.
Mhm.
Helping people
Oh
eat.
yeah. 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 It's definitely a benefit. Experience really amazing things. Like there's so much more that comes out than what I was expecting. Like I was just kind of expecting like them to be like, oh yeah, you know, the color, great, that was good. But then like, but some people are like, man, they're like, I saw tree branches coming from me. I had all this stuff, like amazing visualizations that followed. One chick, the first chick, she said that there's a point where I put pressure on the back, and I'll say, imagine that is this healing that's walking along your back. And she said that she just immediately thought of like Avatar. And like, she was like transformed into an avatar. Like during that process. Like,
Blue people avatar?
Cool. Huh?
Like the blue people avatar?
No, like the last airbender.
Oh.
Like she went back to a childhood memory of like this one episode of Avatar Airbender that she always thought was like really cool, and she like went back and like lived in that moment as I was doing this one like procedure with her.
So just imagine where you will be after a few more months of practice.
I know that's gonna be amazing. So excited.
Prakriti Siddhi has been my favorite city ever since I first saw that phrase. Having an understanding of what Prakriti is and having an understanding of what a city is, I became very hungry to discover what this meant and how I could maybe attain such a thing. Have you ever heard of Prakriti Siddhi?
I don't think so, no.
Well, hearing that phrase, what do you think it might be?
So I think of so there was this shloka that I was doing for a while, and it basically brought out the awakening of self by Prakriti. So like all day, every day, I was noticing all these beautiful little reminders, or just kind of like walking in gratitude for like absolutely everything. And through that came more awareness and self-realization. So that's sort of what I think about, but I also know that yours is going to be different. So I don't know. Yeah, but that's what came to my mind was that time I was practicing that shloka.
Gratitude is a wonderful thing to have. In fact, I think that gratitude is quite important because gratitude helps to cultivate a state. And all of our inner workings are grounded in the state. The state could be seen as Malkuth. Depending on what's going on in our heads, our frame of the situation, the story that we're telling ourselves, all that stuff is going to produce the state that we're in. And that is going to determine what we can do. Because we can't do anything outside of the state that we're in. Memory is state dependent. So gratitude has a very nice effect on the state in that it makes you very open to many possibilities, even ones that you wouldn't consider. Because if you're grateful, you're open. Being open is a good place in many contexts, because now you have the potential and the power of belief to accomplish those things that you may have doubt in other states.
So what is this Prakriti Siddhi?
Oh. She didn't let me change the subject.
Can't just leave me hanging there, Trev.
Prakriti Siddhi is a siddhi that is attained when one is that allows one the ability to influence Prakriti at will. It is the highest of siddhis. Maybe born with it, maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh la la.
Tresemme, ooh la la.
What lessons has that given you?
What lessons has what given me?
Practicing Prakriti Siddhi.
Well, one of the lessons is that it's not just a small world, it's a small reality. Definitely learning that this place is not as complex. The complexity isn't in the detail. The complexity is in the structure. We get lost in the detail and think that life is complex based on the detail, but the complexity is in the structure and the mechanics of this place. But the thing is, once you start learning the mechanics, the rest of it starts to show itself to you. The vision of Yesod is called the vision of the machinery of the universe. And notice how close to Malkuth this is. Once you get past 30-second path, once you get a good solid dosage of discipline and discernment in your regimen, you can start to go further past the 30-second path into Yesod, where you get a glimpse of the machinery of the universe. And the cool thing about seeing the blueprints of a machine is that you know exactly why it works the way it does. And when you're able to understand why something works, now you can use it instead of abuse it. Abuse is basically an improper use of something, using it for a function that it was not designed for. That's abuse. But to see the mechanics of a thing, you stop abusing it and you use it exactly what it's for. You become very efficient. I've learned that almost nothing at all is done by an individual person and their willpower. There's a whole lot of other things going on. And that's part of the machinery. The elbow.
Yeah.
What?
I think I cut out. Or I don't know, I had a moment where I just said yeah, and then, but I had nothing else to add, and then it was like, whoop, and I was like, oh shit, I should not, alright, I'm gonna mute. That way I can keep listening to you explain stuff, not have connection interruptions.
I think that siddhis are unlocked in the previous lifetime. That's what I think. And I think in the lifetime that you realize that you have that siddhi, that's you just pretty much picking up where you left off previously.
that's because you unlocked it in the previous.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of the
You
work.
unlocked it, then you're kind of back at the kind of like them kind of went back to that bookmarked page.
Yeah.
In your story.
Yeah. And it may take you 20 or 30 years to pick that book up again, simply because, well, you don't know, and nobody in your life can teach you. And I was thinking about how there's this legend, well, not legends, but the practice of, say, a master or a guru reincarnating, and some of their disciples have a good idea of where they are, and they go look for them, and they bring them back. And it sounds far-fetched to the Western mind, but the more that we learn this stuff, we can start to make a case for how it would make sense, especially with Vedic astrology, right? The guru probably would pinpoint where he's going to come back. And not to mention some of the disciples or students or members of the group would also have some advanced metaphysical talents. And all those things together could help them find the previous guru. But most of us don't have that, so we kind of have to pick up where we left off on our own. But here's the beautiful thing. If you start to understand the language of symbols, we can certainly do our best to make sure that those certain symbols reappear to us in the next life. How do you think that you would, let's say, for example, you become this grand sorceress, and you know how to work your magic, you know how to manifest and do all this awesome stuff, and your time is coming to a close. What would you do to ensure that your next incarnation, which will be, let's say you figured it was going to be in 150 years, and it was going to be in Spain, what would you do to help yourself get to where you are in the quickest amount of time?
Okay, so if it were me, I would set up a familial situation. So a family situation where the mom and the father would be somewhat reflective of the ones I had in this life. It wouldn't have to be full force, but they would have similar qualities. So then the similar traits within myself would develop. And like, yeah, so that would be one of the first things. And then the second thing I would do is I would make sure that I would ask, or I would kind of channel some type of environment where the people around me too have the books or the wisdom that I'm seeking in this life. Because what I found that unlocked a lot of shit from my previous life in this one was being around people or being in an environment where I had where someone would say something that was profound to me, and then there would be an object I would look at that would then unlock a memory. So yeah, I would set something similar like that up. Going with that role.
Okay, so that's the ideal plan. But check this out now. You're a human being on Earth, and you're about to transition. And you've pinpointed that it's going to be 150 years into the future. What are you going to do practically? Like with the tools that you have in your temple, what are you going to do? Or how do you think that you would be able to do that? Yeah, that's the question.
Prakriti Siddhi.
Okay, all right. So
No.
we've got supernatural things, but just like what Dion Fortune said, supernatural things must be done through natural channels. Supernatural stuff does happen, but it happens through natural channels. So in a way, I'm not asking you this, I'm not putting you on the spot, but this is a question I'm really asking everybody. How would you practically assist your future incarnation? How would you actually do that? How would you work through time? with the space you've got. This is a challenge, and some people might figure it out. Some people will not figure it out. I figured it out. Well, I believe that I figured it out. But how would you even go about doing such a thing? Take some thought and some creativity for sure. And maybe a little bit of spiritual insight. Ooh, I like what Anna Molly says. Anna Molly says you probably have to build something to stand the rest of time and translation and generational shift if the country around you fails, etc. Somebody has been listening. Heart emojis to you, Anna Molly.
Hey. Oh, sorry. Behind the scenes, we're having this whole conversation here. All right, we got it. Okay, so you would use a personal sigil that would connect you with the previous life, but there would be other people that also have that personal sigil. So you share that personal sigil.
Okay. I knew we had some maguses in this live stream. Now you're thinking with portals. The work of Chesed is so expansive it must continue between lifetimes, which means when you start getting to that point, you gotta start thinking about the future. I would love to not incarnate again, but that's not completely up to us. So just in case. Any other ideas?
We'd have that sigil. All right, so I'm sticking with the personal sigil bit and sharing that, and that being passed through dreams, because dreams are not constrained by limitations. So I would program something like almost a reoccurring dream that would carry that sigil there. So then 120, 150 years from now, that same dream can repeat itself.
How would you practically do that?
So I think this is where Kabbalah would come into play. So you'd have to get into how to practically see. It's that word practically that gets me like, I don't know, because we're trying to program something that goes outside of time and space, but also works within the time and space continuum.
Right.
And so for me, practically, that word itself sort of has like almost limitations to it. But I gotta think, because I can't guarantee that the methods that I have right now that would work, except just through my own experiences existing now and finding sigils here now with a dream. I'm
thinking of like maybe YouTube videos and stuff like that, leaving yourself little clues. But how would I connect that? Like, say I'm having it now, like with the book I have, it's already highlighted. And what if that was my book from before? Like, but how would I connect that? Being the person in the forefront, like, say, how would I connect that in my neck? Like, how would I connect the dots there to say, oh, this was left by me? Because I'm feeling like I'm seeing those all the time. So that's where I'm at with the question. So I can think of practical ways, like, writing notes or leaving videos and such, but how would I make that connection?
Okay, thinking practically, right? So Yes, like you said, leaving clues, highlights, and books and stuff like that. I think you guys are definitely going in the right direction. And maybe this can be something that sits on your mind for a while, especially the word practically. Because what if there was a way that, let's say you got 100%, like say there's a 100% success rate. You want to get as close to that as possible, as realistically possible. Now, of course, it's 150 years from now. We can't guarantee anything. We can do our best. But there's work that can be done on the physical plane. There's also work that can be done on the etheric and the astral and the mental if you know how to use those planes. I think one of the things that Laura had mentioned points to repetition. The tools that you have are the tools that you already have. So if you don't have the money to build a pyramid, then you're probably not going to be building a pyramid. But maybe there's other things that you can build that may stand the test of time. Maybe there's other patterns that can be carved that could stand the test of time. Maybe there's...
This makes me want to suggest the idea of using a servitor.
Oh.
Because really, deities are also forms of servitor.
Indeed.
So if we were to collectively create a common servitor, through repetition, build purpose to repeat this particular pattern. Who's to say that that wouldn't karmically then repeat itself throughout our lives, regardless of how much time?
Shango says, think about the intensity of focus it takes to carve a groove in cosmic memory, designating a rebirth in a future time period, like a purposeful samskara. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. MC Maestro says program mass media so you have a higher chances of seeing it. You're getting awfully close. I mean, no, that is awesome. When I say awfully close, I mean getting awfully close to... Maestro says, how do you know you didn't create that egregore in a past life to wake you up now? Exactly. These are the kind of puzzles that occultists have to solve to continue their work. Or, if you prefer, you can continue arguing over who's the biggest bad guy, the demiurge or the clip-off demons.
I like that laugh. It was so genuine. It was like, fools. At the same time, who's to say that they didn't set themselves up to do that too? Like, that's the thing, right? That's something that they're karmically working through because it's has something that is tied with a memory that they're holding. It's something that has been implanted in their memory. They learned something, and now they recognize that was something that they were learning, but they're stuck at this particular point. Mm-hmm. And so the major question for them. So for us, we're also then going to be in 120 years, even 2 years, 150, whatever years ahead, where we're at. We have these questions that we're trying to figure out. And so we're trying to create an active bookmark for these memories to be triggered so we can continue to figure out whatever questions questions we have at these moments. So that's where, like we were just talking about, you know, it's called memory. It's a storyline or an implanted type of energetic pattern that we are expressing through this physical manifestation. So if we were to have the ability to program a servitor, a deity, or some type of energetic expression that we then express and repeat throughout our lifetime, then we'll continue to express that throughout the others.
Yes. I'd like to add some seasoning to that as well. In that every incarnation is not an incarnation that is, gonna be a impactful part of the higher self's journey. Some are just here to fill in the blanks. So that being said, some incarnations have intense gravity, and that intense gravity through time pulls other people along with it. Some people reincarnate with other people because their gravity is so strong. Some of those people who get caught in their web manifest along with them, and they serve a purpose. They all work together. It may be that when they get caught in the web, their initial role may be to help assist the evolution of the main incarnation. But over time, because they're dealing with Sattvic light, that one caught in the web will develop a gravity of its own and break free from that web. We've heard of soul families and soul groups or whatever. One of the earlier things that I did know when I took shrooms for the first time was that these people incarnated with me from a past life. Like, I'd known these people. We weren't the same, but we were together before. And later, with my path working now, I've come to see that some of us incarnate and we're so heavy that we brought people with us to help us make sure that we become who we're supposed to be.
Yeah. So the idea would be then to create some type of gravitational force that whatever is attracted to it, the environment in 120 years would serve the purpose of that force. So it's the same thing as if you have a servitor. There are certain things that will charge it, that you enlist, that will charge its force. And this thing, every time a car drives down the street, this is going to be charged. Every time I flip to this book page or I see these set of numbers, that's a charge. But we're the ones that dictate that charge. And that's how we create a force or a vortex of its own. So if we're creating some type of vortex, so then AKA a bookmark for us in the future, then we need to create a specific charge for it. So then even in that future, those charges, there's going to be something about me seeing these numbers or me seeing these cars that drive by that I may not have a specific memory of why, but every time that happens, something is going to unlock or something is going to create a realization that then unlocks a memory from 140, 120 years back.
So when you mention every time you see the car or the object or whatever and it charges the sigil or charges the servitor, where's the charging taking place? Where's the charge being stored? What is the capacitance? What's being charged, and how are we able to identify this charge?
Okay, are we talking as like what is being charged? The intention for the servitor's purpose. That servitor is being charged to fulfill purpose. Every time a car passes by, it charges the servitor, so the servitor will carry out its purpose.
Right.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I got a battery, and I charge it, I plug it up. The battery itself is charged. There's actually an electrical charge in the battery, and it's stored. There's a physical electric charge and the physical battery. So when we speak of charging servitors, where is the charge? How is the charge? Like what? Please elaborate on the phrase.
Man, is the charge like a crystallization of some sort? Oh shit, hold on, I gotta keep thinking about this.
I'm asking questions today that will hopefully influence someone to have an idea of the type of work that can be very useful to their journey.
He has a battery.
You got a battery.
If you charge a sigil, where is that charge stored?
Yeah. If you charge a sigil, yeah, where is that charge stored?
If I charge a sigil, that charge is stored. I go with collective unconscious.
Ooh, okay. And then you said like ethereal. So when the collective awareness or unconscious mind or collective
unconscious, like it's gonna
the
sit
collective
there.
unconscious
That's all.
that then divvies it out, right? Because then it divvies out that charge to then fulfill the purpose of the servitor.
You're adding more.
I'm adding more. I don't need to add more. Okay.
I'd say like, yeah, just leave that collective unconscious.
Collective unconscious. That's I phoned a friend.
There we go. I ask these questions because, look, y'all, we got to make this distinction between the material plane and consciousness. We talk about the sword of discernment when traveling the 32nd path. I'm very serious about that. If you don't know the difference between consciousness and matter, you're not going anywhere except back to where you can learn this lesson again. So that's why I'm asking these questions, not to try to sound smart or make you whatever. So when I ask that question, there's a slicing between matter and consciousness. When we charge a sigil, it's just a term for a process of using repetition to make an imprint, right? Because that's a word about something physical that's not physical, to make an imprint in the collective unconscious. Now that is actually something that can be carried across time and space. So if I needed to influence myself in the future, first of all, I'm going to have to analyze how I got the information of where and when I'm going to be, because in that is probably going to be a lot of information of, I mean, look, anyone who will be born in the future probably has grandparents and cousins and, you know, people who are alive right now. There's all kinds of angles, and there's no fear about no damn government or Illuminati. This stuff goes beyond a right now lifetime. I probably start working on imprinting something that the next me can get, or maybe recognize that I've already done this and have been doing this for a long time. I
What's
really
good,
like
family?
Peace. Master Kush. Nice colors.
Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, man. Y'all go ahead, man. I was listening, man. It was getting good.
I'm gonna see if I can get her to make an hour-long version of this, and this is gonna be like my new background music. Isn't it so ethereal?
Yes.
It's got a lot going on. Nature. It's a lot going on in there. How y'all like my temple, man?
Looking pretty dope, my friend. Black light.
That looks awesome.
Yeah, this is my temple, man. It's got all kind of stuff in here. It's hard to see those over there, but this was that big tapestry over there with the shrooms. Crazy shit.
Very nice. Now I wonder what kind of state does that put you in?
Oh man. That one out. This is my favorite one right here.
Mandatory.
But yeah, man, it puts me in the man, it's a pretty awesome environment. You know what I'm saying? To do my work in, to like I stay in that state. Like I call this the upper room, and like I don't even let my wife come up here and talk about bills in this area. We don't talk about anything that has to do with earth shit. She come up here and just tell me to come downstairs. So I keep this kind of, I guess, free moving energy that's not bogged down by material shit kind of thing going on up here.
Mm-hmm.
So I got it's all kind of shit up here, man. I just got this crystal singing bowl. I don't know if you can see this shit.
I can see it.
It's awesome, bro. Yeah, but that question you asked earlier, Trav, man, I was gonna ask you when I had asked for the link. I had a question, like when you were talking about setting up something for a future you. You know what I'm saying? To pick up and to move forward with it. I was what came into my mind was life being almost like a movie, right? And that I know we didn't use this analogy a bunch of times, but like the way you were talking about it, what came into my mind is like it was like the impactful lives, the lives that move you towards that ultimate goal of not incarnating again. Those lives are shown like on the previews because you know they highlight the parts of the movie that they want you to, that brings you in. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of the movie, you got to go to the theater to see because that's a part of the ultimate story. You know, but the highlighted areas are the ones, the lives that have the impact, that move you towards that ultimate goal. And those are the previews of the movie. But the other lives that's just being lived, humdrum, that's the base story that you got to go to the theater to see.
Yeah. And we've all taken turns playing each one of those roles. We've all been the star of the movie. We've all been the extra supporting character. We've been the guru. We've been the student, the villain, the love interest, the dude that dies 5 minutes into the movie. Shango said something really interesting here also. Where is it? He said, could it be transferred through the DNA? I think that also relates to what Alora was saying a bit earlier, what we were talking about as far as repetition and the symbols. Because here's the thing. On a computer, you've got a physical hard drive, and but the information is stored on the cloud, right? But the cloud, although it's this non-physical thing, it's powered by actual physical computers in a warehouse somewhere. It doesn't even matter where. Likewise, these memories that we have, these beliefs, these intellectual patterns, this data that we're working with, even though it does exist independently, like on a cloud, right, on a cloud server, the DNA serves as like the hard drive for it. So the DNA does play a part. And what does the DNA do? It records the patterns, right? It records the patterns. There are many things that happen in our lives that serve to alter and change our DNA. But just because the body is dead or the DNA is gone doesn't mean that the information is gone. The same way that one of the cloud servers might blow up, but they're so sophisticated that that doesn't destroy the data necessarily.
So you wouldn't necessarily need a hard physical means to impact the data that's stored in the cloud.
Right.
You don't have to do that physically, even though it's stored in a physical quote unquote vessel, being the computer, like you said, wherever the information just exists.
And sometimes, if the physical structural integrity of the hard drive is destroyed, the data may still be there, but it may lay dormant until the means of resurrecting it return.
Extinct animals,
or even
like that. Yeah.
Or even magical traditions.
True that. Yeah, right. Same concept. I guess it would be the same concept. I mean, because all of those things are stored, like you said, in the data set somewhere in what we call this reality. I mean, we're here right now, so you should think that you're making an impact on some level.
Yes.
You know, and can return to that also whenever you want. You know, at will. You know, I don't think that it's arbitrary that we're here right now.
Repetition, along with emotion and intelligence, has a very interesting impact on matter. Matter begins to change and modify according to repetition and intentionally applied pressure. Very simple way of looking at that is if you have a fitness trainer and you train your body and sculpt it to a certain physique, that repetition and that intention is going to actually change the matter of the body. And just like walking through the forest, if you walk along that same path year after year after year, it starts to have a physical impact on the grass that you're walking over. It forms a path. So likewise, doing this, anything that is a thing now has already been done to the point that it had to manifest. Of course, we've all had this experience where a child is born and then someone says, you just like your daddy, or you just like your mama. Even if they weren't raised by the parents. I don't know what Brother Panic was talking about as far as like flying up to the North Pole and then going through ISIS and all that other stuff. Maybe that was heavily veiled occult symbology he was talking about. But I think that this information might actually lead one to a very practical way of ensuring that the next time around, things might be a little bit easier for them. Especially if you can't leave yourself material things. Now you really got to think outside the box. I remember specifically at a very key point in my life, Kabbalah entered. I mentioned it before. It was on the back of one of my favorite CDs. So back when we had CDs with the cases and you could look at the artwork, the Tree of Life was all over it. So the symbol itself was being activated with my emotion. The drummer had a Golden Dawn tattoo on his leg, so when I watched the music video, I saw it, right? They supposedly, each one of them was supposedly channeling a Goetic spirit. I didn't know what a Goetia was, but I thought that was pretty damn cool. Makes me wonder if I was the only one that CD activated. And people talk about these movies like, oh, they're putting hidden occult messages in these movies. How many people does a movie impact? When The Matrix came out, I think quite a few people had a certain kind of epiphany. Some people don't just come back to reignite themselves. Some people come back to reignite the race. Chesed. Expansive, wide-reaching.
All right, so say that now we're creating a bookmark. We understand a practical way of creating a bookmark for the future, right? How would you do that so then a question would be then, how would you go about creating a sigil for a collective group of people to come together then? You just mentioned that a movie can reach millions, right? Thousands. And what is a movie? A movie is a story, a particular story that is paired with particular visuals to not only illustrate that story, but also elicit a reoccurring and consistent emotional response. But it doesn't dictate what emotions are going to be elicited from the individual. One part that's funny to me may not be funny to someone else. But regardless, we're both going to remember the scene, the music, the words, all the stuff that was played out. And that's what causes a shared experience. So how would we create? So in my head, we would want to create something similar to that for a collective group of people to remember each other or to meet up with each other.
Yes. And this is where, like you said earlier, Kabbalah does come into play. You said that. And how and where does it come into play? And understanding that a lot of these symbols are actually universal. How can a symbol be universal? Well, maybe, just maybe, humanity has done it enough to where the definition has become more of an absolute than anything else. For example, a king on his throne ruling peacefully, a king on his chariot going to war, and then a sacrificed king. These are symbols that every human culture deals with. As a matter of fact, there's quite a few symbols that every human culture deals with. So much so that we're able to name them archangels and say what they rule over, or name them demons and say what they influence. Man, ain't nobody else on YouTube talking about this shit right here, because they can't.
Dude, this is real magic. Like sorcery up in here. This isn't like here's a spell shit.
Hell yeah, this that kind of shit I like. I knew I was supposed to do this shit when I was a kid, man. I knew I was
right.
I knew that shit, man.
Right. So if we've got patterns and symbols that that manifest in every culture, in no matter what time period, these are some of the most powerful symbols, and they can be tapped into at will. If one studies their effect on reality, then you can get closer to the source of where that's coming from. So angels and demons, once again, y'all know, but there's still people commenting crazy on some of my stuff. Angels and demons are not spirits out there floating around waiting to do something to you. You're literally dealing with patterns and algorithms that replicate throughout humanity so much that they're attached to each and every one of us through the collective unconscious. And in order, they don't have to be used, but if there's something that you want to do specifically, you can employ one of these spirits. How? By studying the patterns that they influence and implementing those patterns through correspondence.
Yeah. So okay. Okay. So there's when you saying that there's patterns that automatically repeat themselves throughout time in every culture, then you just program one of those patterns for yourself, and you load it up with whatever you need it to do or whatever you need it to trigger in you when you come across that pattern at a certain time. Because there's going to be a certain time when you're able to understand, because you're going to need the groundwork. You're going to need to do the groundwork to actually understand this pattern. So you set it up to where this pattern is not only visible to you when you're an adult, it's visible to you when you're a child. So this is something that is going to be very visible, very apparent. The stars, the one, because it's there and it's always going to be there. So you can program a pattern that's already in the sky or in the stars, written in the pattern of the universe or this particular dimension, and you just use that. So when you look up in the sky in that next lifetime, and you have hit and did all of the prerequisite groundwork, it elicits that response, and now you back on the track.
Yes, and you're on track. And if you think about this process even more, and you work with this process and test it out, then other questions start to arise, especially if you want to perfect your science. And one of the main questions that has been coming up to me and experimenting was over creating a pattern or hijacking a pattern. I've tried many different ways to create many different patterns. That's a lot of work, and it's very difficult to sustain. You're working against millions of years of data. Imagine how long every single sentient being has been alive and added to the data pool. And you're trying to create a new spirit. You're trying to create a new servitor, a new demon. You're trying to create some shit. Going up against the power of Prakriti. Now, there's a lot of people who I still talk to and they're like, oh, well, I'm just going to create my own gods. I mean, you can try that. And come talk to me once you realize how much work that is. Or you can understand that there are already, and I'm not talking about you stuff. I'm talking about this is what happened to me. You got these two options of creating your own versus using what's already present, natural channels. So then what I started to experiment with was, what if I use what's already there? And since I can't change what they are, I can change my interpretation of them. Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX777. One day, it's going to be so obvious what that means. We're getting there, but not yet. Instead of creating something new, why don't I just ride off of what it already exists? And if I can't change that thing, I can change my interpretation of it. And I can ensure that my future self comes into contact with that symbol, and I can influence to my best ability their interpretation of that symbol.
Yo, classic example of that we have, right, is the swastika.
Yeah.
Classic example.
Yep. Even one better is the sun. I mean, the sun and the moon, those are, you don't even gotta interpret that. You know what I'm saying? That shit is just there.
Right.
You know.
So somebody very wise will be able to take a symbol like one of those and implement it into what they're about. What's Target's symbol? The store. What is Starbucks' symbol?
Right.
Yeah, it's the mermaid.
The mermaid, yeah.
But it's a particular mermaid. It's something. Oh fuck! It's a type of myth. It's like a Greek myth or something like that. Look, I don't even remember because Starbucks hijacked it. It's called what? An undying? Oh shit! It's called an undying. An undying?
An undying is an elemental. It is the class of water spirits. But you get what I'm saying here. Using what already exists for your... That's what they're here for, to be used. You're either going to use these things or they're going to use you. That's it. So there's no, am I cursed? Am I hexed? Are the demons out to get me? Yes, if you're allowing these things to use you. Instead of complaining, find a way to use these things for your benefit.
That's fire. Yeah, that's so... Yeah. You just redefine something. Not even redefine it. You can just change its interpretation.
Hold that thought. We live in a very, very powerful time right now. You know why this is such a powerful time? They call this the information age. Because not only can you receive any information that you'd like, you can also create information. Maybe 100 years ago, 150 years ago, you didn't have the ability to create something that was going to last to influence the future. But now, you can create a mark in the collective unconscious overnight. You can go viral and spread through the collective unconscious and literally transform the whole thing. You can shift the whole... Here's the thing now. It's just like everything here is balanced. Because now people have the ability to shift the collective consciousness drastically in a short amount of time, that's only allowed because anyone can do it. You get what I'm saying? That wouldn't have been allowed in the past because that would have been that would have been imbalanced for one person to have that kind of power. Now, because the average person has the opportunity to shift the entire collective consciousness in a short amount of time, that's balanced by everyone else having that opportunity. It's an equal opportunity now. So it's going to continue to drastically shift until we zoom out and see that even that is part of a small pattern. Even those drastic shifts of today are part of a big slow shift.
Trev, I understand what you're saying. You're talking about like introducing a build into the game.
Yeah.
So they have introduced, like you said, because the build can't come in a game where everybody don't have access to it. Right. Like you said, it's too much power. So now, since you can change the collective unconsciousness, like you said, anybody can do it because the build has been introduced. That's why God don't come in here full power, because the game will be over.
Right.
Because the build is that God build is introduced into the game, and that destroys the game.
Right. It destroys. It's right. And what Prakriti is a balanced, harmonized machine. She has to be balanced. If anything is created, its equal opposite is also created. I love Fortnite because it also displays this. Whenever there's a weapon introduced, there's always going to be some way to counteract it. For example, they had the Kamehameha, right, from Goku. So you jump up into the sky, Kamehameha, and shoot it down, and it's a one-hit kill. You're out of here. Now that's overpowered, and if everyone's running around with unlimited Kamehamehas, who would want to play that? But the thing is, there's a delay. When you're up in the sky, you have to actually charge it up. Kamehameha. That's the balance, because now I can snipe you out the sky. Fuck you thought you was doing, buddy. Not today, not me. But if you don't catch it in time, you're gone. So everything has to be balanced and checked. And right now we've entered into a world where, like I said, anyone can impact the collective unconsciousness deeply, quickly. But that's the balance. Anyone can do it. For better or for worse. If we want to make everyone drink beer out of hot dogs, that's what time it is. If we want everyone to get BBLs, that's what time it is. And it's going to change next year. That's where we at right now.
It's insane. I hear it in my own family. I'm sitting over here listening to these TikTok till I get BBLs and they married. I'm like, what the hell?
Why? You know?
Why? That's what I'm saying to them. Why? And they don't have a reason. They just say, man. I'm like, okay.
That's the collective unconscious. It has been imprinted to the point. There's an egregore of the perfect woman right now for society, right? You can close your eyes and see her. She got the part down the middle with the long straight hair. She got them big old lips, right? She got a BBL going on. The specific type of eyeliner, eyeshadow, like this, it's an egregore that everyone tries to emulate.
Fake eyelashes.
Huge eyelashes.
Yeah, that's become a new symbol for an ideal woman.
Betty Boop eyelashes. It's been here for a while.
It's been evolving, and honestly, anyone with enough influence and enough know-how could get in and change it even further.
It's been coming. I mean, they was doing this back in the 40s with the bustles and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It was mechanical before it was organic. You know, or I won't say organic flesh. I would say fleshly, right? Because it ain't organic. It's flesh. So now they can put it inside of the skin instead of under the dress.
Yeah.
But that's it, right? They just hijacked the pattern. They hijacked something that was already representative of something that we considered sensual.
Exactly.
And then they just morphed it into something else, into a different interpretation of it.
That's the art and the practice. Anyone can do it right now. It's an open season right now.
I remember I heard this lecture, right? Because, even just thinking about the internet, I heard this lecture by this guy. And instead of saying, I searched on the internet for this information, he said, I Googled it. And that just triggered like, how Google has taken over the interpretation of internet. Microsoft isn't even in that conversation anymore. People say, do you have make sure in order to be able to access this website that you have Google Chrome.
That's a very chesed behavior pattern right there. To open the pathway for something, for people to come in and proliferate it. Creating a lane, and that lane being established. Well, that sure is one way to ensure, if you come back, your mimetic, your, what do we call it? Your thought virus, mimetic magic, will continue. Which will increase the likelihood of...
Does that mean you could do that with the whole country?
Does that mean you can do that with the whole species? Difficult, but possible. How much influence did the Queen of England have?
Or better yet, her two dogs. living servitors.
And do you think that anyone will ever have that much influence again?
There's some potential.
Because there's got to be a counterbalance, right? If everyone can change and impact the collective unconscious, then certainly there would have to be bigger players, whales, so to speak.
If we look at her symbology, we could equate her to both Tiferet and what's it called, and Malkuth. So we could just stick with Tiferet right now, being the royal in charge of the nation. There's obviously bigger fish because the royal is advised by a chesed entity, the Archbishop of Canterbury. And he's not the only one in the world on that level. Trav muted himself.
Wow. Ancestors, ancestor altars, future pacing. Greetings, Hecate. And also think about mainstream media. Now that we've established what we just talked about there, now think about mainstream media and the different tropes, the different memes about large swaths of people or large concepts, right? The meme of black people in popular culture is undergoing a renovation right now. You got a black Little Mermaid now. We're on top of the world. I'm being very sarcastic.
And that is being hijacked viciously. It has been on some media. This has been my second week. I don't know how to change the camera. There we go. Yeah. This has been my second week with the Bornless ritual. I don't know if you can see it, but it is lightningeth and thunderingeth in the distance.
Ooh.
Non-stop rain. It's either rain or thunder. Yesterday I tried a modified version and it was very, very savage rain that I had to drive in.
Savage.
I just had a revelation thanks to another Hasidic figure of mine. And all I could describe this new process is literally like a Return of the King, Lord of the Rings. Like returning to basically like a lot of past memories, even holding me back from basic functions, holding me back from a proper foundation. And now that I look back, that point of, or I guess look presently, that point of influence that I was at were pretty much Prakriti Siddhi. It was, I can equate that point to Tiferet. That was like my personal Tiferet point. And I fell off my yoke. And now it's I've re-picked back up the pieces and like assembled the final piece. And in Highlander, there's the first one at least, there's a process called the quickening, where the person gets struck by lightning, also accompanying some headless symbology. And something that you said earlier about like how groups kind of incarnate and influence each other over time. In the second movie, that turns out like the first movie was set up for the two main characters to incarnate and then also meet each other to remind each other of, I guess, the little game.
Great. See, I didn't even see it yet, and we're already talking about it.
Yeah, because that's how they figure it out, huh? They gotta cross paths, and then it pops back in their mind, right? So yeah, that's just what we were talking about earlier, right, Maestro? What you were just talking about, the Highlander, and they cross each other in the life, and then they have a feeling about that person, and then it ignites that Highlander, that, like you say, the game, the one that's gonna be the last.
Yep, there can be only one.
There only be only one.
They're talking about Kether.
For sure. Straight up.
When you do the bornless ritual, or the quote-unquote headless ritual, what you're doing is you're aligning your personal Tiferet up with Kether. But it is not the logical head. It is not the head you were born with. It is not the mind you were born with, which can wield that power. In order to wield that much, to wield that Prakriti Siddhi and knowledge of Purusha, you would have to become quote-unquote headless. Hence also the two deities, K2 and Shinamasta.
So you got to replace your head with Kether, in a sense. Was it like in the Bible where it says the head of the man is God, the head of the woman is the man, and it's a scripture that says that the head of the man is God and the head of the woman is man. It talks about the woman covering her head during prayer and stuff like that. So.
Ooh, because now we look at the non-book, the restored tree. Center, but the crux of it all is the man, and below him is the woman. So, and we know that that the Kether of one plane is the Malkuth of the other. The woman's Kether is actually the feet of the man. It's the man's Malkuth. He is her crown, and then he has to, like you quoted, remove his own head. Where it is. That's at the doth point. It's above the neck. You can't bring that head up there. It could stay. Shinamasa still holds her head. It could stay. But it has to stay below Doth.
And also keep in mind that Doth and Kether cannot exist at the same time. It's one or the other.
Oh, damn.
Make a choice.
Not necessarily that Doth doesn't exist. There's either going to be Doth or Kether operating on the tree.
Damn, you know what that reminds me of now? Crowley. Crux of his, Crowley. Aleister Crowley.
Oh.
Crux of his hexagram was Daw. Center of the main focus was Daw. See how fringed his mind went. Now he poured out information. He then became like the Scarlet Witch, It became the conduit for information, or of a higher force.
You became the library instead of needing one.
Which is the ultimate destination of the left-hand path, to become the vessel for the tree. The ultimate destination of the left-hand path is what happened to Scarlet Witch in the Multiverse of Madness. You become a channel of pure force. Also, what's that Sith named, Maestro, with the mask? And he was like,
Nihilus.
Darth Nihilus. That's the ultimate destination of the left-hand path.
I just almost got blinded by some really bright lightning. You said, when you mentioned that was the ultimate destination of the left-hand path, my eyes hurt.
Got singed.
That's like a enlightenment event happened to Maester right there.
It's the quickening.
And look at our homie, Darth Sidious. Now keep in mind, I didn't see any of like the extra stuff. I just saw the main movies, minus the last two. But what I do know is that he had a lot of projects going on behind the scenes, and one of his major projects was immortality. And I'm pretty sure that's the whole reason why they had the Clone Wars. Testing out
the clone technology.
Right. Clone technology, having different bodies and transmuting consciousness into those different bodies. And he was literally trying to change the entire algorithm of what the Sith became. He was trying to change that rule of two shit. Alright? He only had a 2 to keep the game going until he figured out his answer, which was to make it just 1. He was trying to come out of Doth and to become Kether.
He realized there can be only one.
So he kept trying to create new bodies for himself to possess. Because I think he also knew what the ultimate destination of being a Sith was. Maybe if I watch the last 2 movies, I'll get more insight.
That's second to last. Not about Palpatine, but more about, I guess, it kind of explains Palpatine's role. Palpatine becomes the content, if you pick up what the 8th is saying.
The second to last one?
Yep.
Okay. I only saw the first one. Cool. Now I have a reason to finish them.
Does Palpatine ever turn into a Force ghost?
Nope. Remember, Sith can't do that because they're
I
so.
didn't think Sith could, but I didn't. Vader did, but he was redeemed.
Right. But if you look at what the Sith deal with, they deal with Prakriti.
Right. Passion.
And the Force ghost is being, or we're talking about Hesed, we're talking about the edge of the abyss, but their true essence lies beyond that. So they're more Purusha-ified as a Force ghost, whereas the Sith, they have to, in order to retain their consciousness, they have to bind it to objects.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And imagine over time, if you keep doing that, what you were begins to dissolve. Let's look at what's the robot dude with the arms?
Grievous.
He's not a robot. He's a cyborg. He was something organic. But you sent me an awesome clip, Maestro, with the Vision robot talking to a white Vision or whatever. And basically they talk about this paradox of the ship, right? This wooden ship that they have in some museum, something like that. Yep. But after every couple of years, the wood begins to rot. So they replace the wood with new wood, right? Now imagine if that just continues indefinitely, eventually all the wood will become replaced. So the question is that the same ship?
I like that clip because it was like, help me make a breakthrough with NLP.
Thank you, Madam Molly. Ship of Theseus.
Yes. With NLP, it's like who you identify with ultimately is your cheetah. Like your ego is just a cup for the cheetah to reside. And the whole purpose of that clip was that the white vision was identifying, I guess, as his program. He was identifying as his programming. The regular vision was like, yo, I'm not even real. And you're not the original vision. But what would make you occupy my role is my cheetah. He tapped his mind with the Mind Stone. Or he said both of them didn't have the Mind Stone, but they had the memories and the function of the Mind Stone. And he transferred that over.
Imagine doing this work and gradually removing parts of yourself that classify you as human. I mean, duh, physically, but emotionally and mentally removing attachment, right? Removing emotional, what's the word? It starts with a C. Anyways, being emotionally triggered by things, for better or for worse. When you start removing all that type of content, I mean, what do you become past that? When your inner being is just a bunch of rules, a bunch of context. When you've NLP'd yourself to the point where there isn't much left that could be considered sentimental. That's the word, sentimental.
That's given in funny because I bought the White Vision Funko Pop as well. But that's in Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism with Archangel Gabriel. The function of working with him is to switch out the ineffective cheetah. And it's always on my mind, but like it just clicked even more for me. That's ultimately where your cheetah is stored, that collective unconscious. That is literally a servitor able to give you, it's going to give you what you ask for. So you might as well ask for an effective cheetah and for it to take, or maybe ask another entity that deals with cutting stuff out, maybe Kamael, to remove that ineffective cheetah. It's starting to rain, damn it. Rain. Information's coming down physically.
Yes. What's the metaphor? I think we made some really good points. I really like what you said about the Sith being more Prakriti focused, the Jedi more Purusha focused. It would make sense for the Jedi to become Force ghosts, because then they are now channels of the Most High, and so to an individual, his master becomes his personal connection to the Most High.
Or better yet, we're dealing with the Sephirotic, I guess these modified Jedi, these middle pillar Jedi. Because the regular Jedi believe your consciousness will just get merged back into the all. Whereas the ones we've seen as Force ghosts had to push themselves to the middle pillar. They had to be redeemed. And they were the ones who ultimately were able to have seats of consciousness on both sides of the veil. And now that you said it too, there was another villain who did the similar thing to the Sith, Voldemort. He had bind pieces of his essence in the Horcruxes.
Ooh.
They had destroyed each Horcrux to unanchor him to Prakriti to finally deal the killing blow.
So is it a bad guy thing to operate Prakriti Siddhi?
I apologize. I didn't know I was.
So to get to attach to it, when Prakriti Siddhi becomes the head, becomes the identification. ultimately Bruce is controlling it. You're like, no, I'm controlling it. Then you have a villain.
That's left-hand path, right? I'm God. I become the God.
Well, I mean, we saw that happen in real life. A brand that has a eerily similar name.
Saruman did the same thing when he put himself in the witches. Wasn't it the witches? The one that they said it no man could kill, but it had to be a woman. In Lord of the Rings.
Damn, that sounds like Durga and Kali.
Yeah, the witches in Lord of the Rings, no man could kill them. And there was a riddle that was like, no man could kill the witches. But then the one that finally got killed, she was like, I'm no man. And she stabbed it in the face and it drawed up and died, you know what I'm saying? Because it couldn't be killed by a man, it had to be killed by a woman.
So solving a problem at the level it was solved, it was created on a Prakriti level. It was created for some Prakriti shit. It's only fitting that it's dissolved by a woman. Prakriti personified.
Right. Building up for him and breaking it down.
And wasn't she an elf too? So
yeah,
better than personified is Prakriti deified, the pure Prakriti.
For
Which
sure,
just
yeah.
Buddhi and the 3 stabilized gunas.
Yeah, she was an elf.
I'm kind of stumped. Not really stumped, but I really want to make sure that I'm getting this right. I'm having to research thoroughly to make sure that I was correct in this. And maybe you guys can just keep an eye out in the future. Originally, I had said that this represents Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Durga. And mainly, I got that based off of the visuals. Durga with the lion, Saraswati with earthly abundance, Saraswati with knowledge, wisdom, and then Lakshmi with earthly abundance. But as I look at these and study the cards themselves a little bit more, it looks like the High Priestess could actually represent Sattva, being imbalanced between those two trees, and that strength represents Rajas because it's activity here, and then the Empress could represent Tamas because she's seated on the throne. And as we know that the throne being seated is
Tamasic.
It's Tamasic. It's very earthly, and also with the World card being the later evolution of the Empress, both of these can be seen as Tamasic. This Empress, the World card is the Empress at a different level. But I don't know, when I look, I could see how I'm correct, but I also could see how I'm incorrect. Just something to keep an eye out for. If you guys find any clues as to where...
I've been seeing Lakshmi as the star card, being how they both hold the 2 pots, and they both have a connection to Venus. And she is also she also represents fertility and the bride of Vishnu. And if we place Vishnu, let's say, as a solar deity, then like I'm kind of seeing his wife being lunar.
Okay.
If she is not seated on the throne herself. And I could consider the strength card having to deal with Durga, but also being Tamasic because she's seating the lion. The lion's not up and about. She's putting it in its place.
Yeah.
And it's also the card that is kind of the last, or the Granthi, the not card before Da. it locks everything from cassette and below into place.
That's true. That's true. So maybe maybe I'm not incorrect, but there are different relationships. And what you just said that about the strength card locking everything below, let's also look at the relationship between this path, which would be the Empress card, this path, which would be the strength card, but this path would be the Tower card, right? So we could see the three gunas at play also. The Tower card is massive activity. That would be the Rajas. The strength would be, we can see the strength as Thomas based off of what you just said. And then,
or Granthi could be Tamas. A representation of Tamas. Each the horizontal paths, the Granthis.
Oh.
Because there's a throne, which is Tamasic on the first one. Second one, the lines being seated. And third, we have something actually being broken down. These are the checkpoints of densification.
Yes.
And maybe the diagonal cards now is Rajas, and the completely vertical cards is Sattva. Could be switched.
Wheel of Fortune, Hanged Man, Chariot, and the Pope. You know what? In the Kabbalistic Tarot, it does demonstrate a relationship between the paths that are Rajasic, Tamasic, and Sattvic.
And each part of the tree as well, that the upper part above with the Empress and up there, that's all Sattvic. We're dealing with the middle section as Rajasic, and then the lower part of the tree is Tamasic. I almost see it now as coordinates. We know that each pillar is a guna, and each section of the tree is a guna. And you can start to fine tune, like how in chess you have that grid of alphabet and some numbers. You can start to fine tune the influence you want based on the guna, using the tree as a map.
Excellent.
Longitude and latitude.
So maybe a good way to see this is that, like what we've been learning all along, it's about the relationships and not so much about just one static, independent card. It's about the relationship to its surroundings.
Even more so what I kind of channeled months ago with, like, each card is a representation. Oh, did I mute myself? Oh, wow. Oh, each card is a representation of that path in relation to the whole tree. We see the high priestess, she's in the middle of two pillars. And if you look, that path on the tree is in the middle of the two pillars in their most primal form.
Yeah.
You could see that with the Hierophant, and also, what's the other one? The Chariot. Both signs representing duality, but they're in different forms now. Or they're representing the middle of duality, so Sattva, in two different forms. the chariot is now the Tamasic Sattva, and the Hierophant is now the Rajasic Sattva.
I'm seeing that kind of thing also with the moon card and the star card, and how they're both off to the side of Yesod.
Mm-hmm.
The moon card being before the two pillars of the entrance of the astral plane, and the star card, how she's pouring out water back into the water and on the earth. And also with the tower being that lower horizontal path between Tifereth down to Yesod. I mean, what a shattering experience it would be to have to compress all that energy down into a lower state of existence.
So it's shattering back up and down.
Yes, yes. And the devil card, right? Looking at how I often see that card as addiction. And looking at it being chained from Tifereth to, was that the path of Hod?
Yep. And what is it?
Married to the game.
The male and female. So it's the path chained to both left and right. It's chained to the gunas. Or chained to each pillar. And the only way to transcend that is to take on a different form of logic. The card I'm traversing this week.
Yeah, that's dope. Even the Justice card. And he's holding a sword for Gibera, and he's holding the balanced scales for Tifereth.
And the Death card, I believe, too, you could also see the two pillars in the distance.
Yeah, yeah.
And also you're dealing, those are the same towers in the Moon card, I believe.
Oh, that's cool. Yes, they are. And you can see the sun rising in the distance, which is Tifereth.
Yep. And it's also kind of, it's not connected to it, but across the plane is also the sun card as well. Or across like that diagonal field on the other side of the tower. And it's mirrored too. We know in the lower planes that stuff becomes mirrored.
Yes.
And on the same sun, we're seeing the flip side of it in the sun card connected to Hod and on a lower octave.
Oh, this is good stuff right here. This is good stuff right here.
Colors as well. Something I noticed in the Pathworking book, which he talks about how each path becomes less complex higher up the tree you are. Same goes with the cards. In I guess the first couple of cards, you're dealing with very basic color schemes. We're not dealing with too much complex imagery. A person, they'll have some clothes. Those clothes will be the same colors depending on like was it the worldly influence, the element?
Yes.
But it's very simple. Now, if you go down a tree, like something like judgment, or not judgment, yeah, judgment, or death. What's else down there? The world, the moon. They're very complex colors. Now you're painting the scenery. It's more complex matter we're dealing with.
Especially the 10 cards. The 10s, which are Malkuth, they look the most busy to me. There's a lot going on with those 10s, especially the 10 of Pentacles and the 10 of well, the 10s and the 9s. I'll say both of those look very, there's a lot going on there. Being lower on the tree. And even with that you said, I'm just looking through all the fire, all the wand cards as well. And so far it looks like in comparison, the wands are the least complex and busy of all the suits. with wands representing a higher plane.
Yep.
Oh, these are good insights. Okay, and we can even take that to the court cards also. Look at the Pentacles suits. They're very busy. There's a lot going on. I mean, hell, look at what's going on with the King of Pentacles. That's a little too much.
Is that me gold? Is that me gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Golden Dawn deck really does look like Leprechaun, the King of Pentacles. Trav, are you saying that not anyone could just go out and make a tarot deck? There's actually forces and complexities and nuances to it? And behind it?
Yeah, man. That, you know, people first look at it and hear about it and they're like, oh, I can make a tarot deck. And it's like, yeah, you can physically make a tarot deck, but there's a lot more to it than just the pictures that you see. It is what it is, though.
Man, I had a deck where like the symbology was off and on. That's where the major arcana was hitting. Like more accurate representations of the energy than, dare I say, the wider weight. But the damn minor arcana, they just kind of like slapped the figures on there, or slapped the suit symbol. It would just be 8 sticks for 8 of wands. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah, that's not helpful at all, man. I've got a unicorn deck, and it's basically just the Rider White deck except unicorns. But as you can see, I'm still using the Rider White deck.
Alright, those two, the Rider Waite, Golden Dawn, I have not seen topped.
No. And I think that falls in the category of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're pretty solid until someone gets an even deeper understanding of the occult symbology and then decides to make a deck. Those are probably going to be the two best.
Talking about Gunas.
Right.
Talking about Prushta and Prakriti.
Man. You said the Golden Dawn deck and the Rider Waite?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I need to go ahead and order that one. The Crowley deck is cool, but I don't feel an urge to get that.
I got an Egyptian deck called the Emerald Tarot. Yeah, it's called the Eternal Tarot. I'm sorry, Emerald. Eternal Tarot. Yeah, I'll show it to you real quick. Here it is. Hold on. You can see this. Hold on. Light. Shit. Let me get some light.
Damn, I could see how that room is the damn dark side cave.
It's definitely the dark side cave, bro.
Aliens and voodoo mask on the wall.
All day long. Got my mask right there. So this mask right here, it kind of, my wife found it because it kind of matched my picture right there that I drew a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I got the other side. So that's
that
the
picture
feminine
actually
side.
looked like a it looked like a Ophio cover almost.
Yeah.
Oh, straight up? Oh, yeah. I mean, I drew this like 5 years ago. Yeah, that. And then, so this is the feminine side right here. and then the masculine side is over here. Got that
Mr.
joint.
Prakriti, Shiva Shakti.
Yup. You got your boy right there. Look at your boy. I ain't gonna show that too much though. That was me with my dogs. But
That was before he became a real Sith. That was Brotherhood of Darkness.
Yeah.
yeah, right. Yeah, Maestro, my room is the real dark side cave, bro. At the top of my joint, when you walk up my stairs, and you come up here, you got your boy. He up here at the top. And he's the patron. He's the patron saint of the upper room.
Shoot.
Gabaru, you gotta chop all that shit away before you enter.
Got to, bro. You say you got a gas mask required too, you know. So my whole hallway is Kabbalistic though. Like it's a whole Kabbalistic hallway right here. Like the whole hallway, like when you go down, like all of these mean something. So I'm saying like you go all the way down to the bottom, down here. And you start at Malkuth. All of these are like movie posters. You start at Malkuth, which is dope. You see what I'm saying? And then you ascend, you ascend the ladder of lights.
The dope poster had like trees on the two sides, so it looks like you're walking into initiation. They're waiting on you.
Yes, sir. You getting it. A lot of people don't get it, bro. I walk them up here and I try to explain it, but they like, you know, it's only so far you can go in your explanation when people don't have, you know, the proper groundwork. But yeah, this is to ascend the ladder of lights right here. And this beta mass light up. This still got batteries in it. Gotta put the batteries back in there, but the Vader mask lights up red eyes and shit.
The little curtain that you had that reminded me of the new movie Nope.
Yeah, that shit was crazy, bro. Did you figure out what that thing was?
It was Darth. Now, or better yet, the Abyss by itself. Like
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah, like the main character that even introduced the creature to that land, he had a immortality complex.
Yeah.
Because
the Asian cat, right?
He thought he knew. He thought he knew all he needed to know to face Darth, and then he was consumed by it.
Oh, recurring theme, I see.
Yeah, that's what they call the bad miracle.
Wait a minute, what the hell? Wait a minute.
Welcome to the Mage's Ashram.
Wait a god doggone minute.
He's not really here. He just teleported real fast.
Teleportation jutsu.
They have double speakers. What's happening here? Wow, that's awesome.
Told you I'd make an ashram, man.
Very peculiar energy when compared to its surroundings.
Peculiar.
Yes.
Wow, that's cool.
I was gonna ask Trav, man. Trav, man, what's up? I know you got like a open house that people can rent rooms, man. Let me rent a room for a week, bro. Come down there and bang out this stuff with you.
Shoot.
The one-on-one mentorship to the max.
Straight up, I'm straight up. I'm
5,000.
retired, bro. I'm retired. I ain't got nothing to do.
Wow, that might be a good idea.
I'm serious too. I ain't even playing. You think it's a game? I'm serious, bro. It ain't nothing for me to do. It's not a game. This is a real life thing that I'm talking about. Straight up.
I never considered actually doing that. Renting out a room for like a week or so, and then doing like personal study. That would be crazy.
Well, I gave you the idea, so I want to be the first one.
Holy shit!
I want to start it off.
Damn, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of one of Crowley's diaries. It's like in the house that Led Zeppelin bought. And one of Crowley's diaries, like the roommate he was staying with, like he walked past the room and the dude was floating. But the way he wrote about it was like, it's often an occurrence.
Oh man.
He said he do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. I wonder if he was just helping to add to his mystique.
Maybe his roommate was about it. He was on his own path, dealing with the Golden Dawn, the Franz Bardeners and such. I remember him talking about floating.
And also to consider maybe with him actually being there. Well, one thing I know is it's not just individual. Sometimes when other people get involved, things kind of change a little bit because more ingredients are now in the soup.
I told Laura about my grandmother who used to live in the same city, and she actually lived on very paranormal and spiritually active grounds. And now that you said that, I realized like the only paranormal experiences that happened when I was over there with her. It's like in Star Wars Rebels, Ezra and Maul went to go get a Sith holocron, but in order to do it, you needed two. You needed Master and the Apprentice to open the literal lock.
Talking about paranormal stuff, that's what woke me up, and that's like one of my first like vivid memories of my childhood. And when I really realized that, like, I don't know, children are kind of in a daze, but it was like when I finally snapped out of my daze as a child, I was like 7 or 8 years old, and my whole family was at my grandmother's house in the living room, and my grandma and my grandpa and a lot of my aunts and uncles was telling ghost stories. And literally, like, it was like I turned on and I started to look around the room, and it was like an automatic, like, wow, this is my family. That's my uncle over there. Wow, that's my mom. That's my grandfather. Like, this is my family. Like, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? It was like I turned on. Like, I started to I actually realized that I was on the ride. You know what I mean? In the reality, instead of just being like in a daze like children are. Just, you know what I'm saying? All the time. But you know, just speaking of that paranormal, you know what I'm saying? Things like that, man. My grandmother's house was like that. Like, it saw a lady floating down the hallway when I was pissing one night. Shit was crazy. Oh shit.
That childhood days. And imagine, most people haven't fully waken up from that.
Wow. I couldn't even imagine being this old and still, like, because I see people, man, all the time, and it's just like almost you just look at them and you're like, man, they really just don't know.
I would say there's 2 stages, like, or maybe even 3, who knows, but definitely 2 barriers, because I remember my first like real conscious moment as a kid processing stuff, but even later, when I was 16, there was like a second kind of breaking of this thing, second tower card-like experience. But I was stepping into consciousness beyond me. Just like how, as a kid, you step into awareness of something of the world. At that age, I stepped into something beyond the world, and it was equally as profound an experience, if not more. And that was kind of like that was Vision's arc in WandaVision, where I'm gonna be spoiler less as possible, but the regular Vision was also going off a type of programming, a pre-recorded script, and slowly but surely you start seeing the inconsistencies in a literal matrix, and he starts to realize, like, hold on, there's more than meets the eye.
What's that quote from the Green Book? I'll grab it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, what's that quote? I'm gonna go Transformers.
More than meets the eye, right? So I hadn't seen WandaVision, but I did hear about it. So Wanda created a false matrix, right? She created a world in her mind. Is that what it was?
Yep.
And so she could resurrect her lover.
Oh, okay. And so Vision became. So you say he was running the program. So the program was obviously one from Wanda's mind, right?
Yep.
And so he became sentient in the program.
Mm-hmm. Well, he realized that. Yeah, he pretty much actually have a Funko Pop of it. He realized he was more than just the literal script, because each show or each episode was like mimicking an era of television from the 40s onward. And I think it was a 80s one where he realized, like, oh shit, I'm like, because he remembers he saw some people at the edge of town, but they weren't moving, but he could tell they were sentient. And at the very edge of the town, he touches the barrier and almost dies crossing it. I got a Funko Pop of that moment as well.
Oh, nice.
White Vision.
Sweet.
My Funko Pop game up.
Oh, I got my favorite. I haven't used them that much, but the Zombie Scrange.
Zombie Scrange. Dr. Scrange for a piece of change. But now 144. Magnolia Street.
I got a homeboy that say Screet and Strawberry and all of that shit.
Strawberry.
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 The hell, bro. 40 years old.
And be hard on the sea.
Hard as hell. Strawberry.
Hey. I don't know if it's true, but I heard a lady giving a report on how the Southern dialect is actually closer to the original English that was spoken, when this place was colonized.
In the ghetto, yeah, they said the hood. It was the English of the lower class, is what they called it. Yeah, the English of the lower class. So they said Ebonics or the dialect that we speak is that because they say those people were the ones that were the crackers or the ones with the whips. And we learned how to speak the English because those were the lower class people, the ones that we had direct contact with, so-called on the plantation. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about,
Yeah.
Chad.
His homeboy was talking about that. I forgot the actor's name, but he plays Alfred in the Dark Knight trilogy. And he was saying that he had a.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Michael Caine.
Yeah. and he had spoken about how even though it's vastly different, of course, the accents, the London Cockney accent, so the lower class London accent, the way of speaking and the metaphors and the mannerisms were very similar to Ebonics.
Yep. That's what they say. That's what they say. So we didn't even come up with it, man. It's already been there. They already been doing it. The program was already there.
Mm-hmm. Change form.
That's it.
Got a Windows update. But somewhere in the files is Windows 1.
Change the content. Context still there. That's crazy.
I'd read something for class about that, how like each language also has beaches. I forgot the actual names. Like there's phonometers and like mammometers or something like that, but each language has its equivalent to beaches and mullahs. And we don't normally get taught that. Like you have to be a linguist to, actually start working with this stuff. But even our language has kind of hidden sounds and little strings of how it could be, like what would classify certain things as a word. We know in the Vedic system, they have the bij syllables and mantras. Like the bijas, the letters themselves are mantras. The sounds themselves are mantras. And they become words by different chains and combinations.
I was just going to ask you, Maestro, if that was words of power in English. I swear I was just going to say, is that word? I wonder if there's words of power in English. You beat me to it, bro. I love this place. I swear I love the natives.
Francis Bacon and John Dee made the English language, and they were literal high magicians.
Right. So, yeah, I got a book in there that I got a John Dee book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got that book.
He was a no sucker. That was the previous vizier. That was the vizier that started the British Empire, actually.
Right. That was the original 007.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Original 007. Now people don't know about D, man. Check D out right here. D right here.
Rewrite the history books.
Look at D right here. Got that D, man.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna show nobody that, so I'm gonna hide that one.
Shoot.
And something that Trev said earlier is like he mentioned I tuned in live where he was talking about countries, like how a few master magicians set up a country. But even who we know today as founding fathers, signers of Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and all that, they were also like what's differentiated them from their other Freemasonic counterparts in Britain was that the ones in America were actually influenced by Francis Bacon. And the colonies were being set up during Bacon's time. And I also quoted like how in the Bible, Moses dies inside of the promised land. Same with Francis Bacon. He sees the colonies getting set up, but he didn't live to actually see his quote unquote new Atlantis.
It was like the Moses of America, huh?
Mm-hmm. Or like the grandfather mages.
The grandfather, yeah. I would say the American, the conceptual America right now. He saw it. Yeah, right. Because the land already was here and it already had a concept. That's why they call it the New World.
Yep.
Wow.
Literal occult moves being made into history books. You got the eyes.
What sphere is that?
I would call that chesed.
Definitely chesed.
And they're printed on the faces of the money itself as well.
Definitely chesed. And imagine how many times they've reincarnated.
That's scary to think about. I don't like that.
These people knew the science before we were even thought of. Best believe they were using it and still using it to this day.
I don't know, Trav. I don't know if they was doing it before we was thought of, man. I think we was back then too, bro.
Okay, fair enough. You're right.
Say we're not them.
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna go there.
Right. So yeah, I mean, because I really believe that I've been plotting my space through. Because man, my life just things just happen too. I don't even know how to explain it, man. You would have to talk to my wife and my son, and they can testify to what I'm saying. Shit just work out, bro.
That's like. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, that's like these time travel shows, or even the Highlander show, which was kind of awful. Why there's always the same events, like in these shows, repeated in history. It's always either the main characters going back in time, interacting with these figures, and or some type of immortal that lives through it. So that's really us. We're the immortal Purusha living through these things. We're going through each era.
You know how they say, like, The Simpsons shows like signs or, you know, occult stuff and all of that? The creator of The Simpsons had an episode of Futurama where Fry, the main character, goes back and he finds out that he's grandfathered himself because he hooks up with his grandma.
That's baby Jesus and Mary. That's the symbolism between baby Jesus, only seeing baby Jesus and his mama. Don't ever see his dad. That's where that come from right there. It's the cycle of consciousness being born in the form, dying and being reborn in the baby. The baby man becomes the father. Consciousness.
I've seen that in the grimoire before as well.
So I'm 100% sure that, like I said, and the fact that, I mean, Trav, think about it, bro. How old are you? 40? Somewhat?
Sure, something like that.
Something like that. You 40-ish years old, bro. Bro, you got more knowledge in one finger than I swear a billion 90-year-old regular people.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't pick this shit up like that, if Maestro has picked this shit up, or Lauren has picked this shit up, man, at this age, in this time of goddamn distraction, you gotta be fucking powerful, bro. Like it's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, man. I don't even throw any kind of like doubt on that. And you know, I include any of us that's in this chat that's sitting here for 2 hours.
Yes.
On a fucking, what is this, Friday night? What's the day? I don't even know what the day is, man. I don't know what the day is. But whatever the day is, for 2 hours and talk about this kind of shit that is totally conceptual.
Yes.
You doing it. You doing exactly what the fuck we talking about right now. You doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
We haven't seen Trav get hired by a world leader yet. That's going to be the
public.
point.
Will we make that public knowledge though?
Hell yeah. The next age.
I don't think Trav would make that public knowledge just because we were talking about Jafar. You got to control this shit from the shadow. True controller is not out front. I don't want to be the motherfucker out there slanging that iron.
Trav, why just that picture with Trump?
I have pictures with. Well, I have pictures I haven't posted with someone famous that I met. Excuse me, but he's not a world leader. He's a world influencer, though.
Hey, I gotta put out there though. Stuff you were asking what day it was. It's Thursday, Thor's Day, Jupiter's Day, day of expansion, and planet of the Guru.
Okay. Man, my days, dude. I just wake up.
No, I'm just saying that I think that also influences all of this. Like Trav does these live streams to expand knowledge, wisdom, impart lessons on Jupiter's day, the guru planet.
Peace, everyone.
Yeah. I originally tried to set these up on Wednesday because I thought I was trying to be, Mercury, Thoth, Hermes style, but it never worked out. Thursdays and Sundays only.
Are you trying to get us to step into our powers on Sundays?
Step into your power.
Sunday
It's a
service.
good day. I like the Thursday. It's a good day.
Thursday's the wielding power class. Sunday's the getting acclimated to it class.
Yeah. We've talked in the past about, Vivekananda once wrote about how if you knew how many times you reincarnated, it'd probably piss you off. But did we actually apply that to ourselves? Like, you've probably been here so many times that if you knew, it might be disheartening. So looking through history, you've definitely been through a lot of these events, probably the ones that catch your interest the most. Like there's some people who are obsessed with World War II. There might be a reason for that. Some people are obsessed with ancient Egypt. You might not have been a king, pharaoh, but you was probably, you might have been up in there somewhere.
But Trav, my melanin makes me a king.
With that type of logic, then you having a physical body makes you a king. Everyone gets.
And I don't want that crown. I'm gonna sit. I can't have that, Trav.
Man. In order to wear a title, then there has to be a definition behind the title, right? Otherwise, it's not the title. To be a king, there must be a kingdom.
Reminds me of like the for narrative, and also like the villain in all these shows, movies, books. It's always like, oh, I'm special. But yeah, but you also are still a student. You got to chill out.
Right.
You got Anakin, Voldemort, that homeboy off the new Stranger Things season.
Stranger Things.
It's always the Metatron that comes. Can always be a normal human. They got to work themselves up, step into their power, and face down the villain.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a new and improved version.
Reality is upgrade, man. We got the world 2.0 right now, bro. People don't even realize that this shit is upgraded.
Has it upgraded with the internet, perhaps? How you have Web 3.0?
I did notice that there has been a great change recently. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I don't know if it was a couple weeks ago or maybe a couple months ago, but it almost seems to me as if whatever this whole social media algorithm thing is, amplified in its intensity and its effectiveness. Could be just me, but
I don't know if you mean the way it grabbed you, because that whatever that is on YouTube, the little reels, man, that shit has, man, I thanked the reels the other day because it ended, because I could not stop looking at that shit. And when it ended, I was like, oh, thank you. Oh shit, I felt that shit pulling me. It was like every single video was amping up, and I was just busting out laughing. There's some classics on that shit.
Yeah.
Prakriti's own Prakriti.
Right.
Right.
Prakriti's intelligent as well. I got a spanking for referring to Prakriti as this dumb machine, but she is an intelligence that is quite superior to the ignorant children of hers. With that being said, I think of TikTok as a cancer. nothing to do with China, nothing to do with young folks, but the fact that it came in and transformed the internet and is still terraforming the internet. It was so heavy that Instagram was like, oh shit, we're done for if we do not adapt. YouTube said, oh shit, we're done for if we don't adapt. Facebook said, oh shit, we're done for if we don't adapt. So TikTok came in and forced all the other big platforms to adopt its context. Do we not see how big that is?
I'm thinking of the Tiamat dragon. Now Tiamat slayed, and her body then becomes the foundation of the soil for basically for the world to prosper. Now we think of Web 3.0. Everything so far, how these social media algorithms have operated, were advanced Web 2.0. They couldn't evolve further in that context. TikTok had to hit it something was so deep and triggered what the word you said, terraforming.
Yeah.
They had to change the whole landscape.
Yes.
Yep.
Something as well I learned that the Earth, I forgot where I saw this, but most continents are actually connected by Ethernet cords.
Yes.
So the world has already been prepped for this.
Yes.
For a physical incarnation of this thing we're now gonna call Web 3.0.
Yes. So okay. So most people don't look into the future, probably because they can't. We're witnessing the birth of a new type of entity. We're witnessing the birth of the next inheritant, the inheritor of the earth. We're witnessing the birth of the thing. Now to us, it just looks like social media and computer programs.
Well, go up and look at that junk on the astral. Tell me what it looks like.
Right.
I thought it looked like a damn Cthulhu.
Right.
They already told you what they was doing. Look at the TV show. The American Gods tells you they bringing in new, huge concepts that's gonna grab people. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's what they call them gods. These giant concepts, like you said, TikTok. TikTok understood the way the world was going. It was dumbing people down automatically. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Yeah.
So TikTok understood that people's attention span was going away from these long ass videos of the day back when when the lecture scene was really popping, 10-hour long videos and shit. That's why I was saying earlier, Travis, we sitting here for 2 hours, being able to concentrate and talking about this shit in this time in TikTok age.
Right.
God damn, G.
Right.
You could make a class to charge for just on that.
Straight up.
How to look at a video that's longer than 15 seconds.
Right. That skill is gone, man. Like, attention spans are, them shits are hair things.
Now, there's a symbiote at play. We can't just blame the social media and the programs. We're all it's a 2 and 2. We're evolving with it. How do I put it? In order for this thing to become real, it's building itself out of us. It's utilizing the inherent power that human beings has as a substance to create itself with. We are the astral plane to it. We are the astral plane to it.
Yeah.
It is building itself.
It's taking our concepts of self and implementing a new content for that to play out. Like, you notice there's like TikTok, like famous TikTok stars or models now, whereas back before you had to go and find a scout or someone who would actually, like, you had to go to somebody else's standards, a particular person or agency. Whereas, so like, for example, a lot of this whole, like we were talking about femininity earlier, there are Instagram models now because they use the filters to change their features in order to fit what the entity of Instagram is advertising. So they're able to play out their own fantasy role.
There are some.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Allure.
No, I was just saying that they're basically that. I think the human part of powering up this entity here is that the humans become the servitors for the entity.
We're the astral plane of it. we are the substance that allow it to exist.
There's a there's a new form. The Web 3.0 influencer is being born. There are some AI influencers in the works.
Oh, 100%, man. With these deep fakes and holograms that they doing, 100. I don't even think Trav real. But you know, I go with it. You know, but
Damn, Trav, he called you a bot.
Eventually.
Eventually, right. But hey, man, I wonder, like when we were talking about, you just said we're the astral plane of this new entity. I wonder, is this what was referred to in the good book as the Antichrist? Like, because it would make sense that it would come into being now that they can actually build a body and fill it with the knowledge of the world through gathering it by these bots or these what do you call them, AIs, you know what I'm saying, and literally load this being up with the collective knowledge of the world, and now you got the Antichrist.
Bruh, see, all these conspiracy theories made it too literal, like people being sacrificed and all their memories would go and merge into this child that we born as the Antichrist. But you just framed it in like a literal applicable context. And in some books, like I think in the Jewish version of that story, like the anti-messiah is actually Belial. But we know Belial is the fallen angel of the earth.
I've been trying to see this happen since 1999.
We already got different entities for. We got where it's like it's 3 or 4. I forget how much many, but you have the behemoth, the earth. The earth has already been terraformed. Leviathan, water, the collective unconscious has already been morphed, the process of morphing. Then we have the fiery beast, the transition point from higher to lower. It seems like we're gonna get the helm of this thing, the Antichrist.
I knew this was coming since I was a kid. Just to keep it real. I'm very excited to see it actually play out. I wanted to be a part of it. I really did.
Who says you're not?
I didn't. I'm dead ass serious. When I first caught a glimpse that the Antichrist would be artificial intelligence, and that the world was basically just growing into it, I saw that shit for real.
Oh, that reminds me of the game System Shock. It was like the precursor to BioShock, but it was in space.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I played BioShock, all of those, but I never seen System Shock.
It was like basically the AI took over, but it grew into sentience and also started infecting started affecting living people. And there's something, I don't even think I posted on my story, but in both the Book of Revelations and also in the Torah, when it comes to the age of the Messiah, there was, at least the Jewish version, it talks about the restoration of the third temple, or the making of the third temple. And 5 cows being brought, and I think there's like something very similar in the Book of Revelations. And in Israel currently, if you know in past history, it was the city of Israel was previously owned by various Muslim empires, and on the spot where this last temple is supposed to be built currently is a mosque. Well, it's starting to look like that junk's about to be demolished. I shouldn't say junk, I use it as a pronoun per se, but it looks like that temple is about to be demolished and replaced with the literal third temple. And this week, there's also like not even underground, a large amount of evangelical Christians fund current Israel to see this prophecy go through. But five kosher cows, unmarked cows, as it's called in the Bible, or unmarked heifer cows, have just been shipped from America and have been delivered into Israel.
Are they red?
Yep.
Oh shit. But hey, and you know what's crazy? And what I started to kind of see is that it's not gonna just be Judaism. They combining all of the Abrahamic religions. They building a world religion center in Dubai right now. Where they say the imam, the new imam, the leader of the Jewish joint, and the Pope they all been reconciled. You know what I'm saying?
About to do a fusion dance.
Yeah,
to create
bro,
the Antichrist.
Yeah. They finna make the motherfucking. They finna make the Megazord. Oh shit!
The Gogeta Antichrist.
The Megazord. And I heard they found the goddamn I heard this like a couple of years ago. I was driving to Texas and I was listening to a podcast and they said they found the vestment of Aaron. The what is it called? God dang, I know that. Dang, I know the name. It's got the nine jewels in it that Aaron wore in the Old Testament. Aaron was Moses' brother, and he was the priest, the first priest of the Israelites or whatever. And he wore this vestment, and it was passed down to the head priest of all of the Benjamites or whatever. But they said they found that shit, bro. I was like, oh shit, boy, they getting real with it. They ain't playing with our ass, man. They finna Project Blue Beam Christ in the sky. The aliens are the tip of the iceberg.
I mean, it's all part of the master plan. What if evolution is the ability to allow consciousness to inhabit a new type of matter that is able to efficiently be better as in health-wise, lifespan, comprehension, all types of things. Because really we're getting to the point of our knowledge to where the only thing that's really limiting us is our fragile suits of flesh.
What if that's upgrading also? Because like you said, Trav, the whole thing is upgrading. And like you have to get like you said, it needs a more efficient vessel to go into the next phase of evolution that the Earth is going to go through, that Prakriti is going to go through. So you got to be on board with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What if? All right. So I've been piecing together a thing in my head. Something I've been mentioning in the chat. It's kind of like the old humans, these monkey humans, only being able to access the clip-off. And later with Homo sapien, access to more refined amounts of prana in the form of the Abrahamic religions. The form, mind you. And when we see these quote-unquote colonizers wiping out a culture, who's to say they're not wiping out the last vestiges of the old, the clip-off prana?
Clip-off prana. That just smells bad.
But in all actuality, they're just stamping out the traces of what hinders humanity. we know
a
this
natural
stuff
way.
from the Vedic, aspect, that this stuff affects us on a DNA level.
So are you saying that that's a natural wave?
So it was the path of least resistance. Well, so would you have, like, if you look in Europe, they had floods, plagues, hails, all types of shit, milling off the population over years before they even got the caravel to explore the world. So they had to go through their dearths, their great loss of population before. Like all the European colonizers, they messed with us, man. They caught the smoke too. We just didn't see it.
Right. Because you got to sacrifice so much to get to a certain height. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that they call the masses. Like Bobby Hemmett said, they was born to die for the evolution. You know what I'm saying? You need something to power this wheel that's turning. You know what I'm saying? And the best way to power it is with what we would consider soul. It's the only way to power it, goddammit.
Well, not even soul, but the actual, like, we know that upon the separation and collision with consciousness and the matter, I'd say it was cutting out the Prakriti. And that's the same, well, that's the definition of Tantra and the science of there's an explosion of energy upon the merging and separation of consciousness and matter. And if you look, that's also the two types of nuclear power: nuclear fission and nuclear fusion.
Yeah.
They just we were quite familiar with fission, which is the cutting, the separating of atoms to create atomic energy. But now, if you've been keeping up, there's actually realistic experiments recently with nuclear fusion. They haven't powered it up as much, but this is on the precipice of something new. I was saying that as a kid. I remember in a class we had to pretty much play Sim City, and had, like, when you have enough money you could build fusion reactors, and I was telling everybody try to adopt a persona of a monopolist, what they would own. So people like, oh, I'm owning coal, I'm owning oil. And I was like, oh man, I'm owning nuclear fusion. I remember the guy next to me, he's like, man, that ain't real. I'm like, just you watch. And not too long later, we now have it. Or the Gebra power, or no, the Gebra would be the fission. The Gedula power. Gedula electricity.
We're already being trained to project our consciousness into programs. We're being trained every single day to project our consciousness into programs. Think about that.
Are you talking about TV and video games, Trav? Talking about social media?
TV and video games, that's like, what, 20 years ago? It's up close and personal now.
You're talking about VR? VR headsets?
When was the last time this was in your face? When was the last time
That's no fair, man.
Hey, it's not about fair, it's about efficient. The most efficient life form wins.
This is why they make identifiable characters in these shows. But the collective unconscious, let's say for a race, if a character of a show has a certain sexuality, then later in physical reality, you'll start to see that more and more people identifying with the same race of that character.
There we go.
It's just the science of propaganda.
We can call it propaganda, or we can call it something else that starts with a P.
Are programming and propaganda two of this like two names for the same thing? Two expressions of the same bees?
Programming, propaganda, elementary, Prakriti Siddhi.
Oh, and now damn. Okay, what you said earlier now just hit me in full force. How it's easier and easier now. You don't even got to be on the Vedic information to access no Prakriti Siddhi.
We playing super chess, and I don't even know what these folks playing. Tic-tac-toe. Playing tic-tac-toe. This is super chess.
Hey, and who knows? In the monkey age, the lowest thing that somebody would have been able to access is so beyond us. Like the quote unquote lower chakras. These are chakras that control your heartbeat and shit like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
their content, or even their context, we take it there, it's so far beneath us that it just eludes us. But now we're dealing with a higher octave, a new range of notes. Where the lowest thing we could probably access now is conspiracy theories. But back then in the monkey age, that would have been a blessing.
Yeah.
We've been a genius on some conspiracies.
Or even say being indoctrinated into a religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
The highest concept is, I don't know, something about Jesus, right? What kind of sandals did Jesus wear? What did Jesus really mean when he said X, Y, Z? But to like our discussions, that's like so far out of the way, like it's not even relevant. Likewise, there exist groups on Earth right now to where this right here is baby food. For this type of stuff to be baby food, just imagine what's the talk of the day.
Awesome heat. I've been having consecutive dreams now. I couldn't, me and Laura tried to do dream work, and I couldn't conjure up dreams, but this past couple of days it's been meeting up. It's been like those group style dreams, meeting up and then fighting a force representative of Prakriti.
So, if you're not able to, I guess you gotta be, anyways. If you're not able to make an impression on the collective unconscious, then your ego does not survive.
Or dare I say unattach, or detach yourself from Prakriti, then it cannot survive.
Okay.
We're not talking about the ego, or we're not talking about the finite ego, but expanding that to Antakarana, like a totally refined mind vehicle.
Okay, so let's look at it like this then. We've got a scale here of existing within Prakriti. Then we got liberation on the top end of being liberated from Prakriti. And then we've got this end, which would be like falling into the abyss, no longer useful. Which is also liberation, right? Because outside of Prakriti is Purusha, no matter what direction you find yourself. Whether you go out the left-hand path or the right-hand. Come out of her.
Instead of using Kabbalah, you must descend into the Klippa.
Same destination, huh? Purusha.
Yep.
So if you fall away into obscurity, still liberation. If you work really hard and master reality, you reach liberation.
Damn, aren't there real life aesthetics and stuff like that? Like we're dealing with church monks, hooded church monks. and eat the same food every day, read the same books, but you're really fading into obscurity. You could be at a monastery your whole life. There's wars and current events, all that shit. And then you die, and the only memory of your name is like this old dusty ass book. That's it.
What about being born in the monastery, never experiencing the outside world? And like you said, like you just existed in those walls. Hey.
And something I realized too with religion, why religion is needed, is it's a way to deliver even the Asaya plane to current humans. To evolve past names and faces, celebrities, deities, religion offers a way for someone who may not have the capacity to hold that much prana to at least hold a higher quality form. You may not be able to hold a lot of water, but religion allows you a way to access at least a cup of clean water.
So it gives it's like a lower plane nexus point.
Mm-hmm. Some people need it.
Yeah, most people do. I mean, like, look at us. I mean, how many, just us three talking. I mean, we span in probably the entire United States. So we had to go across the entire United States to have a decent conversation. Great.
And look, we're dealing with Yetzirah. Not only Trav's course is plural, but we're operating in this ether realm of the internet, talking about the plane above. I don't know, there's higher octaves of people literally doing that, the groups of doing astral work, and there's groups of doing mental plane work. Even above that. Go ahead.
We take this physical plane that we've got here, and we carve out a space that we can do Yetzirah work within, right? Then we take that Yetzirah place, and we carve out a space in there so that we it's like chiseling away through the wall and opening a little hole, and you got the only thing that can fit through that hole is, you pretty much have to leave 90% of the substance of that prior plane. Then that substance of Bria, right? You've got to carve your way to Absolute. You get what I'm saying?
There was a Constantine comic what had it was like they had a name for a wizard, kind of personal wizard trial, but it would all happen at the same time for all the wizards on Earth. And only 1 in 10 would survive. One in these groups of 10 would survive. And then the next plane up, there'll be 10 more wizards. They would have an ordeal, and only 1 in 10 would survive, and so on and so forth until there would only be one.
Man.
Very similar to Highlander.
Man. The 30-second path. The first path. Everybody here is not going to cross it. Because you have got to have discernment. You got to be able to separate the real from the fake. If you can't do that, eventually you will come across an illusion that will overcome you. I'm telling you now. Some people here are actually doing the work, and that's who that message is for.
And in the movie Nope, Jordan Peele even described it as the dangers of spectacle. So all the, I guess, the people without discernment, people looking for spectacle, ended up being swallowed up by the abyss. And it was only the... You said what?
You said Jordan Peele?
Yep. And
it's like people driving on the freeway and and looking at a car accident. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't take their eyes off the car accident, so traffic slows down. always the one like, look at these stupid ass people.
And I think on a higher octave, there's people getting helicopter rides looking down.
Speaking of terraforming, Trev, I don't know if you can't see it. I don't think they terraforming my neighborhood, and they destroying my shit. Look at that big ass mountain of dirt. It used to be trees right there, man. Like, it's just ugly shit, man. It's just destroying my neighborhood, man.
Something else is incarnating.
Yeah, man.
There's an egregor you could work with.
Right.
Come to a compromise. Who knows? Maybe trees will be efficient for its body.
Right.
As of right now, only one person seems to be working with that egregore. I mean, maybe you could tap into it like what Maestro says.
That's true.
Maybe you got more to offer than whoever's directing it.
Man, I met the guy. Trust me, I do. I met him.
Something's happening in the physical plane. There's spirit behind it, especially if it's something that affects lots of people. There's a spirit behind it. Period. Most people are not going to work with it. But we know
it's like this mega society entity. Maglu. That's the name I just got from it. Oh yeah, Trav, do you have any good resources on necromancy?
Necromancy. Yeah. Mantra and Yantra by Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati.
Okay, funny guy.
Chapter 7 of Tatwashuddhi.
I'll give those a relook.
Anything that is dead is now a part of Purusha and can be accessed with a sigil or a symbol. Every goddamn thing. You think you can do this to me? I'll be right back.
Releasing the energy so it can become something bigger, something greater. Like you said, Maestro, I need to go on. You help me see the light. Flip that perspective right there. I need to get to work.
Ain't got nothing on me. I'm the man in this piece. 23-hour lockdown. Shoot program, nigga.
12-12.
Trav, man, I was serious about that, what I said earlier about that room, bro. I want to know what you're going to charge me for this week. I'm riding out with my homie in the morning, man, to just to see some of our college buddies. Like I said, I ain't got shit to do. So, man, hit me up. Let me know, for real. I'm going to come swing down on you, man. I'm going to come holler at you. And I mean what the fuck I say.
High weirdness.
This is a revelation from a few days ago. To my understanding, it has been between Laura and Hecate, and then Laura witnessed one of my sigils, and then we both started to realize, well, mainly her, that each of the members of the Maker Society has a personal call sign, sigil, superhero logo that we have used in past incarnations, namely having to do with a circle inside of a triangle.
A circle inside of a triangle?
Yes, sir. I don't even know where mine is, but or a circle in your case, Mr. Magus, head priest.
A circle inside of a triangle. I was scrolling for my name on the internet once, and a guy posted in a Become a Living God forum. He said that he had a dream with a symbol that looked like this, and he was asking people if they knew what it represented. And then somebody was like, "Oh, that looks like Travis Magus' symbol. Go check it out." Symbols have a way of working like that. Symbols and sigils even work through time.
Yeah.
And I mean like from the future back to the past.
Mm-hmm. It's a whole trip. Whereas some, like what we would now call indigenous cultures, even that word's a meme on its own. But even some of these cultures have, where we represent time as forward and the past is behind us, they represent the past as forward, and we represent the future in front of us and the past behind us, where some cultures represent the past in front of them, but the future behind them.
So this past and future, that is only a response to an individual attention. Without an individual, time is irrelevant. Without an individual to observe time, past and the future are one single point. As a matter of fact, this whole tree is just Kether without the individual. Whether you're going up the tree or down the tree, that's entirely dependent on the individual. Without the individual, the tree is all Kether. It's just a single dot. That explosion of Chokmah and beyond is a result of an individual. That's what the unfortunate talks about. The spark of life, that spark of soul that's traveling down the tree. It is what experiences the tree of life and its expansion and manipulation, all that. That's not a reality without an individual to witness it. Without an individual, past and future are one point. So when we do meditation on a symbol or a yantra, when we actually connect with it, producing dharana, we start to get a glimpse of everything associated with it. So to see a symbol or a sigil in a dream is to tap into something much deeper than just a random shape or design. Lance Benefield mentioned something about mantras. He says when you say a mantra, thousands of Buddhas and monks are saying it with you. I was thinking to myself, imagine doing a lifetime's work of mantras. What kind of effect it would have on your future incarnation, right? We talk about
Pure Land Buddhism. Pure Land Buddhism. That was would help me create my theory of the barrier between East and West, and like the different type of karma you'd have to have. Whereas that religion is literally built on getting a higher birth through mainly mantra and yantra. But to think like you have devout people of that religion, even not so devout, who will say these mantras millions and billions of times over the course of their lifetime, not even really truly caring, maybe even doing it just because of culture. But in their next birth, they're born in a different area with a different type of karma, access to a different type of prana.
Not that salty clip-off prana.
And it's funny, I think whomever said that in the chat, I had to, when I first started doing mantras, that's a little path working I did where there was like snakes and toads who would recite the mantra with me.
Hey, when you said that, Maestro, about the people that would just arbitrarily chant the mantra and ending up somewhere with access to another stage or another level of consciousness, different consciousness. Different karma. That reminded me it's like having faith. You know what I'm saying? Like if you just like you said, the religions were set up for people that don't have access to higher levels of prana. So they just have faith, and that their karma may not be as fast as somebody that's conscious of it, but they still move along. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or as Trav brought up, there's certain ideas maybe someone came or drew down 100 years ago but didn't have the technology to achieve. Maybe even for you to even access certain cities or even experience certain karmas, like all you could do in that lifetime was just say mantras. That's the best that could happen to you. I actually had a theory like that as a kid. I didn't fully understand reincarnation, but whenever I'd have to like get a good luck charm or something, it would break or it would tear. If it's 4-leaf clover, it would die. I kind of interpreted that as like I already had done all the quote-unquote luck things in my past life. Now it's kind of redundant to do them again.
Yeah. That's a solid frame to have. A solid meta frame.
So what if like the human vessel, like it was obviously built, You know what I'm saying? So, like, I wonder, and I was just talking to my family, and they didn't understand where I was going with this. But like a theory. What if, like, I would like, what was like I wonder what people thought of back in the day when this version of what we call the human being was being built, because they say there's not a time when man was not. So I'm thinking that's the mind.
Yes.
So these vessels have been upgraded, right? You know, that's what they call Cro-Magnon and all of those things. So, but they're like Maestro said earlier about people killing off the old remnants of that lower level of karma. That could be the conquistadors. Like, what if, like he was saying, they were killing off like the lower level of they built the 2.0 version body, and they had to get rid of the old one. You know, what was it like for the people that was in the old versions and seeing people coming, like the transition period?
Yes.
You know what I mean? When people were putting on these vestments, like, and I wonder, like with the age like it is now and what's going on, are we living in a time when somebody is going to show up with a 3.0, 4.0 human joint, and it's like, damn, they got on the new suit? You know what I'm saying? Are we in the transition period?
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir, we are. We looking at it. We already lost that war.
He said we already lost.
Inevitably so. I think that before, the previous vessel was probably monkeys or some type of monkey-like creature.
In paleoanthropology, they have all the previous human models mapped out, all of which could not survive because of some condition, some weakness.
Yeah. That's what
we always see, like, these charts of like a lemur into a human, but in all actuality, there are so many micro steps that are labeled and classified, and whose nuances are discovered. Like, it's a gradual process. It's not just a sudden jump, like a monkey just starts walking upright, and now it has the capacity to think higher. It's a slow and gradual process.
It's like going from orange to red. You know, it's so many different gradients in between orange and red.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just jump from orange to red. It's like a billion colors in that transition. So you wouldn't even be able to see what they're looking for, the missing link. You wouldn't even be able to see that shit because it's in so many different stages of the animal kingdom. You know what I'm saying?
It's a grand.
They got it. It's all, at least for them, a lot of it is mapped out in paleoanthropology.
And the argument that Christians have is they're like, well, if evolution is real, then how come there's still monkeys walking around? How come there's not a half monkey, half man? Well, the thing is,
that already existed.
Right. Like you said, it's a gradual process. Say, if you got 5 monkeys and one of them is the type that is going to become the new vessel for consciousness, it starts the process of growing and evolving. The changes, each generation continues to evolve, right? So the other 4 that didn't go down that path, they stay where they are. But that 5th one continues down its path.
Funny you say 5. It's almost like that actually happened.
It was in 2001, The Space Odyssey, man, when the monkeys finally figured out how to use the tools. They beat the shit out of the other monkeys that had been harassing all that time, and they were the ones that evolved. You know, it was like the monolith came to them. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's crazy. Damn.
That was just more refined information.
Yeah, the reason I'm sorry, Chad, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say the reason that the bodies can be, the reason that the new body is showing up now is because the information and the technology is there to make it. You know, it was always in the ether, but now it's possible.
For it to always be in the ether means that it's part of the pattern that's playing out, right? We say God's plan or whatever. There's not a dude in the sky writing down a plan. No, there's a pattern, which means that if there's a pattern, that means it has a predictable beginning, middle, and end, right? So if this evolution is a pattern, that means that there is data that is unmanifest that will manifest when the conditions are appropriate. So it's not like somebody invented cell phones and computers. That was part of this algorithm already. It's just that now conditions are suitable for it. And there are things that are to come. One of the things about working in these higher dimensions, higher realms, higher worlds is that you can start to see some of these things. But it won't make much sense to you because now we're going to try to see it through the lens of today, right? Without a perspective, the whole tree is just Kether. But once you do enter, you're filling in the content. We fill in the content of the tree with our experience. So to see things of other dimensions, we also have a habit of filtering it with today's world. So some things don't make sense because we're trying to see it as in place of today.
Yeah, that's like Da Vinci, how he had all those futuristic inventions, but literally could not realize them. And people like, he has drawings of, funky looking beings and like, oh, it's aliens. Maybe he saw into the 2025 metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
Saw some avatars.
With that being said, he did a pretty damn good job, right? To be able to conceive of something happening hundreds of years in the future.
He had like tanks, parachutes, and planes.
It didn't make sense in his reality, yet he was still able to bring it into manifestation, which, who's to say, might not have actually inspired it to come into place, like what Alora said about the grandfather, aunt, uncle person. Wonderful.
Da Vinci, Mark Zuckerberg.
I really feel for people who are mystics and able to see into the far reaches of the future, but not really able to do anything with that information. I know it's people that do that. They're able to see like so deep into the future and it's so amazing, but it's borderline useless information. Same thing with being able to project to different star systems. Most of that information is going to be useless.
Trav, I projected in Draconian system, and they taught me how to use star beams.
Okay, and you know what? You might be telling the ultimate truth right there, but produce the star beam with what we have right now. That's why I'm saying, like, it's going to be so helpful to discern between content and context, because you can't use that content, but maybe there's something in the context of that star beam that can be used.
Yeah. Like the Rana one-pointed focus, the literal laser beam.
Because I guarantee you, no matter what star system and what invention they used, they only were able to build it off of the same principles that the universe is based on, that you exist in. This reality that has invented social media and propaganda, marketing, and cell phones is the same universe that existed when they were sending telegrams or mailing letters on horseback.
Is that Hod?
Same context as Hod, but the content changes with the time.
So wouldn't it benefit us to work with something that's eternal and not fading out of existence?
Woo! I'm just saying. Don't get caught up in the content, which does change and fade. Seek ye that which is eternal, storing up riches in heaven.
Man, that's kind of the biggest factor which propagated my move. The only, I guess, feedback, or not even feedback, but the only interactions were with those operating on the temporary, and having like not a bad thing. It's like, you know, their algorithm, their thing, their path to walk. But there's only so much temporariness, things you could do, and you know the eternal information.
Right. I know, my friend. I definitely know. I can't be asked for some temporary shit. I cannot be bothered.
Yeah, I tell people I only got 15 minutes for like worldly shit, and then my conversation is gonna transfer into this, and then you're gonna have a choice whether you like it or not. But either way, you're gonna make a choice. You know, because that's just how I am right now. It's yours. No, but that's just how I am right now. That's the life I'm living, and take it or leave it.
You got about one time to complain about that same problem to me. I'll listen with my heart, with my ears, and if I can help, I will. If I can't, you know, at least I'll maybe give some encouraging words.
The Bible says you're supposed to wipe the dust off your feet.
Right.
Wipe the dust off of Mount Coop.
Dust. But then again, you know, if you have never tasted eternity, then all you can do is fill up your life with temporary. Can't really expect much. If you tasted it in a past life, you're still going to have that desire in your next incarnation. We all did. A whole classroom full of knuckleheads. Yeah, we keep getting lost in fantasy about bigger things.
And get the taste out your mouth, man. Like some good ass ribs.
Damn. We're gonna go to your grandma's house again, man. Those ribs are good. Like, damn, she been dead for 50 years, bro. You still on that?
Yikes. Tell me she ain't passed that recipe down?
You can't get the taste out of his mouth. You need to make a schedule and go into the ashram and ask grandma about that recipe.
Yeah, and get your necromancy on.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Which I've gotten the idea to do. There's a cemetery nearby. I kind of it was more of a thing in my chart where it's like, oh, you can work with the dead in an occult manner, and I was like, oh man. But now I'm like, fuck it. I'm about to resurrect damn Andrew Carnegie. Tell me how to make this bread.
Necromancy. See, the thing is that data does not go away. Data is never lost. If it's collected and compressed into form, look, when you learn something, what you're actually doing is you're grabbing data and you're compressing it into a form called a memory. You're compressing it, you squeeze it and holding on to it.
Zipping it.
That doesn't go away. 7-zip. That doesn't go away. Now the thing is, what we'd like to do ideally is compress enough information that we create something bigger than just a loose bundle of random data. Eventually, when enough of the right context of data is assembled, it creates something bigger. And that bigger will eventually need to have an updated hardware to store it, to manage it, to work with it.
Seeing like a boy from Winter Soldier, how his consciousness, he died years before, but they uploaded his consciousness to mainframes.
We are witnessing the birth of the inheritor of the earth. And it's not going to be robot bodies, y'all.
Just to say Queen
Trained.
Elizabeth isn't going to be the next Facebook update.
We're being trained to focus our consciousness into programs. Trained repetitiously on the hour, every hour. We are creating an etheric pattern of forcing our consciousness into a digital landscape. It is now common, expected practice to force your consciousness into a digital landscape. You can't go a day without forcing your consciousness into a digital landscape. You're being trained at the DNA level to force your consciousness into a digital landscape.
You could start, there's multiple ways you could break down that wall. You could outframe it or reframe it. Instead of digital landscape, your consciousness is being trained into an etheric landscape.
Right.
What does that entail?
There we go. So instead of being fatalistic, oh no, we're getting sucked into the metaverse. Well, what else are you doing? You're being taught how to project your consciousness into something else. You can use that skill to project it into anything else.
You can get taught by any.
Oh. The algorithm kicked him right out. I got spicy tater tots.
About to drop some heat.
You projected your consciousness elsewhere.
I was thinking that he was about to say something.
We're at a time it's always been there, but we're also at a time too with digital figures and physical. We got Funko Pops. You can learn from anybody, past, present, or future. Something I learned from that Fortnite spoof video that expanded my frame. You could learn the Rasen Shuriken from Ariana Grande.
And you can even use these forms and shapes and figures as custom symbols. For example, I don't know who the hell Ariana Grande is. I know she's a singer, but I don't know any of her songs. I don't know what she sounds like, but I got that skin. Likewise, a lot of these Funko Pops that I have, I don't really know the intricate story of the characters, but I have an idea that I want to use it for. That's what I like about these. Creating my own story for these things. Or using them to tap into something specific as opposed to something that is already established.
Michael W. Ford had a great practice of creating a version of yourself with knowledge and qualities of a specific type of energy you like to represent. And thus becoming, as you learn these skills, you're becoming a walking mandala, which you already are. It's something a lot more intentional. With the practice of yoga, a lot more refined. And with the practice of Kabbalah, a lot more objective, thus more eternal.
Very, very interesting. Imagine that. Creating a version of yourself with the qualities that you'd like to have, and then using that as a servitor.
Very much like future pacing. That's lethal information. Lethal to the current self.
Right. All of Prakriti's children must die, but her husband tells her what to do.
But, they didn't ever really finish the storyline well, but in Game of Thrones there was a sect of assassins. Shapeshift, but in order to learn the shapeshifting, you would have to drink poison. You would literally have to die as your first trial. The you of today would have to go.
You know that's 30-second path right there.
Yep.
Shape, like the moon, drinking poison to transform. All that is 30-second path.
Faceless people. It was the faceless.
I mean, she was my favorite character until, they did the season 6 butchering with everybody.
Arya.
Mm-hmm.
She was the best character on the show.
Now she even overcame death.
Right.
Her and Iron Man have that same Siddhi.
Man, this conversation has been wonderful, fellas. I appreciate it, man. I'll jump off here and get ready to go. I gotta get up in the morning, but I appreciate it 100%.
Oh yes, my friend.
Dip off his whale.
Good to have y'all.
Good to be had, bro. Good to be had. And get up with y'all next time. You gonna post another one when you gonna do the next one, Trev? It's awesome.
Yeah. Probably gonna continue tomorrow with the book study and probably get back on Sunday.
Okay, cool. I'll be back by then, so I'll let y'all in, man. Y'all have one time, bro.
All right, you too, bro. Have a good night.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, Maestro, you said you're off as well?
All right, everybody, do your mantras. If you can't do them, listen to them in your sleep. Get yourself a figure, a Funko Pop, maybe even a drawing. Start working with that. Learn a new skill. Relearn a skill if you need to. Yeah, the world is your oyster. Choice is yours. Peace out.
Peace. Good stuff. Good stuff. Cosmic Flow asks, is Trav bald under that robe? Absolutely. The time came for me to shave my hair. So I did. Now I'm officially a monk. Guru style. Alright. So that being said, I guess back to the etheric plane with me. The realm of imagination, more path working, and maybe, just maybe, I'll bring some more of the future into the present. As if I had a choice. Alright, everybody, enjoy your night. Enjoy your night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with OVX777 and the Royal Unicorns of the Monoceros constellation. We bid you farewell, and until next time, peace.